Hello. Good morning, everyone. Did you guys sleep well? Did you get rest? Did you eat? I hope you didn't party too much last night. I want to thank you for coming for the first talk of today. And I hope you're going to enjoy the rest of the chats. We're going to have some panels. We're going to have some other technical talks later today at this stage. And you're stuck with me again. I'm your host, Alex. And now I want to introduce you the first speaker of today. That's Milos, in case you haven't seen him, but he's been around for quite some time, and probably you have seen him many times talking about like different things about on Ethereum. He is a core protocol developer working on Ethereum Foundation since 2024, and currently part of the protocol prototyping team working on Ethereum's upcoming upgrades. And he's going to talk about understanding Glamsterdam. I'm going to let him do all the description of the talk because I think it's a bit too technical for my knowledge, let's say. And please welcome him with a round of applause.
Good morning, good morning. Thank you for coming. My name is Milos. I work for the Ethereum Foundation protocol prototyping team, and today I will talk about Glamsterdam. Who here knows what I mean when I say Glamsterdam? Raise your hand. And who has no idea what I'm talking about when I say Glamsterdam? Okay. So, good. Let's first see what I mean by that and what am I even talking about. So on Ethereum, you probably know we have hard forks every couple of months, every year, sometimes twice a year. And those forks basically introduce upgrades to the core Ethereum protocol, and we get some new cool features on the protocol level. And this is historically, 2 forks ago, we had Pectra, and I will explain how we came up to the names. They are slightly here. So on the Ethereum, we have 2 layers. We have execution layer and consensus layer. And we started, after the move to the proof of stake, when we introduced consensus layer, we started making forks both on execution layer and consensus layer at the same time, on the same date. And we started, but they are sort of slightly different technologies. And we started basically the names of the cities, like Prague, Osaka, Amsterdam, Bogota. They are names of the forks that happen on the execution layer. And Electra, Fulu, Gloas, Heze, those are the names of the star in the universe. And we named those for the consensus layer. So we basically use this ideology to combine the cities on the Earth and the stars in the universe to kind of like bridge the gap. And the name of the fork is combined those 2 names together. So for Electra and Prague, that was Spectra, and you can see the others. And these are the previous forks. So very briefly, in Pectra, that happened in 2025 in May, we gained these features. We unlocked some account abstraction, which enabled better wallet UX. We allow validators to consolidate. Before Pectra, you could only run a validator node. You needed 32 ETH. If you had 32,000 ETH, you needed 32,000 validators. So now with validator consolidation, you can have like around 1 node that has more ETH on its own balance, so its own vote will give more vote to the consensus system. And we draw as address exits. This is a bit more technical. But basically, it allowed validators to exit the validation directly from the execution layer instead of always going through the consensus layer. In Fusaka, we focused on scaling L1 and L2. Around that time, we increased the gas limit on L1 from 30 million gas per block to 60 million gas per block. We also unlocked some passkeys for wallets and other primitives that they can use more natively with precompiles that support different cryptographic primitives. And the main focus on Glamsterdam will be L1 scaling, reducing trust assumption between the builders and the actual validators, and some gas optimization, which indirectly helps with gas scaling. We will cover this very in details. And we already know what is the high-level idea for the next fork after Glamsterdam. which is Hegota, and that is censorship resistance and native account abstraction. We don't know exactly yet the dates. We expect that the Glamsteller will happen somewhere in the third quarter of 2026, and in 2027, we will, somewhere in 2027, we expect the next fork afterwards. So let's focus on Glamsteller. So these are all improvement proposals that comes to Glamsteller so far. And don't worry about this. All of them read. We will cover them a bit late in details, but not every single one of them. The QR code, you can go to the website called Forecast, where you can see all of these improvement proposals for in details what exactly is. Go read more documentation if you really want to learn all the exact details. I will just explain what are these differences. So first, how the Ethereum core developers agree on what proposal they want to do in the next fork. So at the beginning, when we discuss the fork, we first select the headliners. Those are usually one improvement on the execution side, one improvement on the consensus side that are the biggest and the most sort of set a theme of the entire fork. Like, what do we want to focus on? And they are usually the biggest things. So for Glamsteller, that is the two that are marked with a star, EIP 7732 and EIP 7928, enshrine proposer builder separation, or EPBS, and block level access lists, which we call BALs. So they set the themes for Glamsteller. And after the headliners are being set, then they are called headliners, and they are considered. We are not shipping this fork until these two are done. These two are the two primary things that we want to ship. Others are a bit more optional. Then they go and discuss what other things we want to add in the same fork, either because they are small and they are nice improvements, or because they somehow depend on interact with the headliners in some way, or to the general theme, or something like that. And again, depending on the complexity and everything, something that is maybe very good, but if it's too complex, we are not going to do it in the same fork. We will maybe make it a headliner in the next fork, etc. And first, all of the EIPs. EIP stands for Ethereum Improvement Proposal. All the EIPs go to the stage of consider for inclusion, where we basically consider everything. And then maybe through voting, some of them are no longer considered, and then they're declined for inclusion. And none of the declined ones are showed here. And as clients' team starts working on something, once they make enough progress and they maybe run it on a DevNet or something like that, then when we feel very confident those are ready and we are most likely going to ship them, then we upgrade them to schedule for inclusion status. And those are all the ones that are being bold, in a bold font. So all of the bolded ones are pretty much guarantees to be included. Everything else we still plan to include. But if, for example, all headliners are all done and ready, and maybe a couple of the others that are not done, we might decide we don't want to delay the fork for some of the others, non-headliners, if they didn't make it in time because people or engineers didn't have time to prioritize them and work on them, or we figure out they might be too much effort, or there are some other difficulties with them. We are completely fine with removing some of those. It's also possible later to add one or two more forks, proposals, because something very small or something that needs to be improved comes up to the last minute, but that rarely happens. So let's talk about the headliners first, because again, that sets the theme of the entire fork. Enshrine proposer builder separation. So does anybody here know what are the role of validators? Or sort of like, does anybody here doesn't have any clue how the consensus mechanism works on Ethereum? Feel free to raise your hand so I just know how much in details I should go on that topic. Okay, so I will assume everybody has at least some knowledge. I will very briefly say, so validators are in charge of verifying the blocks. Every slot or every 12 seconds, one of the validators is being selected to be a proposer. So they are, by protocol, supposed to build a block and then send it to the rest of the network, the rest of the validators. They validate and vote whether the block is valid. And at the end, they come to a consensus that the block is valid, and then the next validator will build on top of the last block, and the blockchain keeps building. So I did say that slot is 12 seconds, and you will see later that I say that broadcast and execution time from 2 seconds to 9 seconds changes with this change. So even though the slot is 12 seconds, the first 4 seconds are reserved for block building, propagation, and validation. Then the next 4 seconds are reserved for validators voting on those votes. And then the last 4 seconds are reserved for aggregating those votes and propagating to the rest of to the entire set of validators. I'm not going to go into details, but usually the entire time that the validators have to propagate the block through the network and verify it is around 2 to 4 seconds on average. And with this proposal, what we do is, so yes, another thing to mention, currently protocol is designed such that every validator builds their own block. But we have out of protocol entities, core builders, and relays in the middle who are trusted entities, and most of the time they are the ones doing the block building because they are more sophisticated builder. They can extract MEV, make some profit, and they share part of that profit with the actual proposers. But this is done outside the protocol. And in order to make it safe, there is relays, which are a bit more centralized, and they are trusted entities both by the proposers and both by the builders. And they make sure that everybody basically trusts the relays in this system. And it's not part of the protocol. You have trust assumptions. So enshrined proposer-builder separation is designed to make the builders first-class citizen of the protocol as well. So now we have another entity that is just responsible for building the blocks. In short, how it works, the bids for who is going to build the block is different from who is going to propose the block. The block proposer has a right to still build the block themselves, but alternatively, on the protocol level, they can also accept bids, and they can accept the bid from any of the builders, and they can say, okay, and then they propagate on the network, on the protocol, that this builder is going to reveal the block that they built, and the builder still has to pay the price to the proposer, even if they don't reveal the block, even if they don't build the block. So there are some guarantees there expected that now basically replace the relays. I'm not going to go into details. You can scan the QR code. You can read all about it. It's very complex change. It's one of the reasons why the fork takes a bit longer to implement, because there are a lot of moving parts. There are a lot of external entities, meaning builders and relays, that also are affected by this. So we have to coordinate with them and figure out how best to do this. But the main benefit is that now we no longer have trusted entities. So we reduce the trust assumption in the whole protocol. And because of how we structure the fork, how we structure the proposer process and when the block is being propagated and by who and when it's being verified, we get significantly more time to propagate and verify block now than in a previous design. The next headliner is block access list, or BALS. Currently, so this doesn't help with block building, but it significantly helps with verifying the blocks. So currently, if you want to execute and verify the block on execution layer, you have to run every transaction in order, and every transaction runs purely sequentially. So you start executing the transaction, then, for example, you have something to read from the state, and then you stop executing, you go to the hard disk, you read the state, you get your state, you continue executing, again, read something from the state, you stop executing, etc. So there is a big sequential execution that is interrupted by using disk to read state, and again, write state, though you can write state sort of in parallel later on. That's not on a critical path. And after you execute all transactions, you have to calculate the new state root after all of the transactions are being executed. The block access list, in short, gives us a snippet of what are all the states that are being read in a block and what are all the writes that are being written during every transaction. What that allows us is, as soon as you receive a block and block access list, you can start prefetching all of the states that will be ever read in the entire block. And you can, since you know all of the writes that are going to be done in parallel, you can start calculating state root already from the beginning without executing any transaction. So you can start reading everything from the disk. You can start calculating state root from the beginning, and all transactions, because you know what changes in each transaction, you can execute transactions in parallel. So you can execute transaction 5 without first executing transaction 1, 2, 3, 4. You just know what state changed in those transactions, and that's enough for you to execute and verify transaction 5. So eventually, once you execute all of that, you have to make sure that what block access list says that was modifying transaction 2 actually did get modified in transaction 2, etc. So you basically can parallelize execution, you can prefetch everything from the state, and you parallelize calculating the state root, which significantly improves the speed of we can verify the block. Again, you can scan the QR code, you can read all the details. But yeah, it gets significant improvements on the verification speed of the block. As I said, it doesn't help with the block building, but it helps with the block verification logic. Again, these are now I'm going to talk about other improvements that we could, and I separated into multiple categories that are sort of related to each other. One is gas repricing, which is basically focused around scaling L1, which is also what block access lists do. They allow us to execute the block faster, meaning verify blocks faster. But we want some other things. If we want to increase the gas limit, we run into multiple challenges on a protocol level. So one of the challenges is if you increase the gas limit, let's say 5 times, somebody, if you keep everything the same, somebody can make the block 5 times bigger in pure bytes size. And that can make it, in a worst case, it would take 5 times longer to propagate through the network. And that comes with its own challenges. So maybe execution logic is 5 times faster, so you can compensate execution verification logic with BALs, because BALs you can parallelize based on how many cores you have. But if it takes 5 times longer to propagate to the network, you still run into some bottlenecks. So for example, increasing the call data floor cost, that basically increases how expensive is the call data. And the more bytes you add using the call data, the bigger the transaction is, the bigger the block is, and we want to price that more accordingly to what we want to achieve. Another issue with when you increase the block gas limit is the state, we need some solution in the long term of how that can be sustainable. But the 2 terabytes gas limit is not something we would hit very soon, but if we scale the gas limit 10x, and we will hit that boundary 10 times faster. So instead of maybe having 10 years to figure out the state growth problem, now we have 1 year to figure that out. So the state growth is another problem that we can run into if we suddenly increase the gas limit significantly. And that's, for example, what the state creation gas dose increase is focused on, and the state access gas dose update, because as the state grows, it takes longer to read stuff from the disk, it takes longer to write stuff to the disk and update the state root, etc. So there are other stuff that regards to state that change as the state grows on its own. The first one is reducing intrinsic transaction gas. Is very interesting, and I think maybe the most important for average user out of this list. Currently, if you want to send the simple ETH transfer from one account to another, always costs 21,000 gas. But if you think about it, if you send your ETH to an account that already exists in a database or in a Ethereum state, that is just changing one number to another. Like there is no new state creation or anything like that. It just changes one number to another, just the balance changed. if you are sending it to an address that doesn't already exist, we have to create a completely new account on the Ethereum state that will now have the thing. So there is an increase in the size of the entire state, and it should be priced differently. And that's what this is going to do. Basically, if you're sending to already existing account, it's going to be cheaper than 21,000 gas. If you're sending to and creating completely new account, it's going to be, I think, similar price. That is also become cheaper because you're not creating anything in that first initial interaction. But then again, how much smart contract logic you consume, that's going to add to the gas anyway, but it may become slightly cheaper to do basic stuff. And many of others are updates and increases, basically trying to make consistent that operations and their prices are consistent with the target gas increase that we planned. We still need to do a proper benchmarking to figure out exactly how much we can increase the gas limit. Current target, I believe, is 200 million. So we plan after Amsterdam to scale from 60 million to 200 million gas and see how that goes. Maybe we can even bump it further. But that would be like trace and figure it out. It's much harder to do that. So this proposal will actually emit the log every time the ETH is transferred between two accounts, because it becomes much easier for wallets, aggregators, whatever, to figure out what ETH was transferred during the transaction between what accounts. Slot num opcode. Currently, the EVM, you don't have direct access to what is the current slot. You can technically figure it out because you know what is the time step of the block, and then you can do some math and figure out what is the slot number. But many applications would benefit and simplify significantly if they would know slot number, and there is no reason why we shouldn't support that. Increase maximum contract size. This is something that developers were asking for a while. The 24 kilobyte is very small. It's been like that, I think, since the very beginning of Ethereum. This is not a huge increase, but there are many challenges in going further than that. We have plans for that, which might happen in a fork afterwards, or maybe 2 forks from now. They are more complicated, and we wanted to do something as a first step to make it life easier, and we are going to do a proper solution later down the road. Deterministic factory pre-deploys. This is yet another nice feature, so that basically make it consistent. If you want to deploy on the same address across Ethereum layer 1 and some layer 2s, and you want always to be sure that you always deploy on the same address, so that users don't have to worry about, am I on base, or am I on Arbitrum, and am I on layer 1? Where am I? What is the address of my application or DEX or whatever, or the ERC20 token? This will allow the developers to always be in control, or always be consistent on what addresses they deploy their smart contracts, regardless of what layer 1 or layer 2 they are on. Backward compatible functions. This is more like Solidity improvement stuff. Most developers will not touch this directly, but Solidity will offer certain features and make certain operation cheaper in the terms of gas, how much it would cost to do some operation in the background. It's more for like language programmers to care about, rather than the depth developers. Consensus improvements, as I said, EPBS, the first headliner that I covered, is on the consensus side, and most of the consensus work. Very short, what is the most important from this list? Yeah, the first one is purely security oriented stuff. If somebody gets slashed, we don't want to let them propose in the future, which completely makes sense, should be part of the maybe things from the beginning. The last one helps with propagating. Currently, if you're propagating blobs on the network, you propagate columns from all blocks at once, but it can happen that the recipient has already parts of that columns, and this allows to propagate only the parts that they are missing in a way. So optimization, you don't propagate data that the other side already has in a way. just network optimization stuff on the protocol level. The middle two are similar and related. Basically, it will be, if you are a validator and you want to stop being a validator, it should be faster, like it will take less time um, to exit validation if you want to exit. And the exits and consolidation is if you own 10 validators, is it having 32 ETH, and you want to combine them into one validator, that's called consolidation. Exit is if you want to stop being validator. Now, technically, they are going to be processed kind of together in order. They're going to be one queue for processing all of that, and it's going to be faster than before. Slight optimization for validators so they can faster stop being validators or consolidate them, etc. And the last category is a bit of code health and tech cleanup on the protocol level. It's more for the core developer improvements rather than end users or even validators, etc. Let me see anything to highlight. It's mostly just making things more performant and better. Yeah, I don't think there is anything here for most of the audience. Like for core developers, these features matters because they allow us to simplify protocol, to simplify the code, to remove some of the functionality that is not being used, to make some stuff more performant on either networking layer, like the sparse blob pool. The ETH70, ETH71, basically, they work together with the block access list. They are sort of dependent. They are related of how the clients sync, because until now, the client didn't have access. We didn't have block access lists, but now we are also adding them during the sync process when you just start a new client. So that also like supports in that regard. It's not necessarily needed, but it improves things, and syncing should be much faster and more consistent. It's mostly improves the life and the quality of the clients themselves. I can dig deeper into this during the Q&A if somebody has any specific topic, either from this list or any of the previous ones. So in short, the Glamsterdam upgrade is focused on scaling L1 and reducing the trust assumptions primarily on the relays and the builders, because they are now part of the protocol. And let's very quickly look at Hegota, which is the fork after the Glamsterdam, probably coming somewhere in 2027. The one main thing that is already selected as a headliner is Fossil, which is fork choice inclusion lists. In short, this allows, this recognizes another entities of part of the consensus protocol that are called includers. And they, even though they're not building a block or proposing the block, they can force the next proposer and builder, by extent, to include certain transactions in the block themselves. So they basically say, like, we want these transactions to be, or more like, if I'm includer, I would say I want this transaction to be included in the next block. Now, it's not very strict. You cannot fully force the builder to do that. The builder will be forced to do that if they still have some gas limits left in a block. Like if they want some transaction that they want to include, they have that freedom. But if there is an extra gas limit that they can use, and there are some transactions that other people want to include via inclusion lists, then they are forced to include them. But if they have a full block, then they can do a full block and ignore the inclusion list. So it's a sort of a compromise with builders having a freedom to do what they want, but also respecting wishes of other participants of the network that can force them to include something that maybe they don't want, or maybe they don't know about certain transactions, etc. But yes, basically it's helped with censorship resistance, because if we have builders that don't want to include certain transactions for censorship reasons, this way they would basically be forced to include them. Again, if their block is not full, they will be forced to include them. And another proposal, which is not a headliner, this time for Hegota was a bit difficult to select a headliner, because none of the options was so big or important. The only one that was strongly considered was frame transactions, but some client teams, due to pure complexity of the change, weren't sure this is the best path forward. They definitely want to do something regarding native account abstraction, which is what frame transactions do. They definitely want to do something regarding post-quantum security on the account level, which is something that frame transaction can do. But whether the frame transaction design and the actual specification of how we achieve that is the right approach, they didn't want to commit to be a headliner status. So it's the only one that is being considered for inclusion at the moment, and there's more research on that to decide if there is if this is the right approach or do we want something else to consider. And so far, these are the only two proposals that are being scheduled or planned for the inclusion. And currently, we are in a period where all other EAPs are being proposed and being discussed what else is going to be there while we still work on the GLAM settlement, so it takes a bit longer. But in short, for Hecota, we get censorship resistance through fossil, and we will get some post-quantum security for the externally owned accounts, and we will hopefully get some native account abstraction support as well. And that is my presentation. Thank you very much. And if we have time, do we have time? If we have time, we have times for Q&A.
Thank you so much, Milos. I didn't understand much the slide before on fossil. Like, what's the implication for? Is it only affecting like layer 1 transaction? What the layer 2s? What's the implication for layer 2s here? If you can just give me some.
I would say that, especially, so layer 2s, they have sequencers. They don't have like this similar process of block building. And sequencer pretty much has a full control. Now, again, maybe some layer 2s do things differently, but in most of the cases, I would say they have sequencer. A sequencer is a full control what transaction they want to include. Layer 2s also have a way to force. Now, I'm not sure which layer 2s implemented that and support that and how well that works, but in theory, you have a way to force certain transaction on L2 by submitting it on L1. And the sequencer will then have to include those transactions, or otherwise the L1 mechanism, L1 check will not pass. And you can technically do this because this is primarily for L1. On L2, you don't have the same decentralized validation system, like decentralized validators and proposers mechanism. It's mostly done by sequencers. So I don't think they would implement that directly, but if you force or if you include some transaction on L1, it will be forced to be included by sequencer on L2 as well.
And that's the aspect of how this layer 2.
For example, they have that mechanism. That mechanism exists. I would say the ones that implement the protocol in such a way so that L1 can force them to include transaction. Like, for example, they have that mechanism. That mechanism exists because currently L2 can just stop producing blocks. So the mechanism that you can, through L1, force something to happen on L2 already exists, and it should exist, and it should work. I personally didn't look too much into it. I don't know, but mechanics should be there. So if you force transaction on L1 to be included, L2s will not have an option to not include it. Maybe there's some other ways to override certain logic, change their protocol, or I don't know, something like that. And maybe when this comes, they will figure out, okay, we cannot be compliant with this. We are going to stop being forced by L1 to do something, which means they would lose some properties. So, but again, it would depend on L2 to L2. It's not like a universal answer.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, then thank you very much. You can find me outside if you do remember something.
Hello, hello. Okay. Thank you, Milos. I think it was a pretty great presentation, and I'm really happy that we got some questions from the audience as well. Next up is Christoph. You might have seen him yesterday. We had a full house at this panel on security, and he's going to be talking about beyond audits, what recent hacks should teach us about securing DeFi protocols. And if you don't know him already, I'm going to do a quick intro. He is a longtime open source and free culture activist, head of governance and partnerships at L2Beat, the #1 watchdog for on-chain L2 transparency in the Ethereum ecosystem. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. Yes, that's my presentation. Hello, everyone. My name is Chris, and I'm from L2Beat. At L2Beat, I'm responsible for governance and partnerships. And if you don't know L2Beat, we are this community watchdog that oversees Ethereum L2 space. So all those questions about forced transactions, I'm happy to discuss it also afterwards. I can fill you in on how exactly does it work and which L2s actually do implement it. But you can check it on our website as well. So that's exactly what you can check on L2Beat. And today I would like to tell you a bit about our approach to risk analysis and to security guarantees analysis, and how should we analyze protocols, especially DeFi protocols, beyond audits. But let me start with some history. So 10 years ago, almost exactly 10 years ago, on the 17th of June, I don't know how many of you remember that. This was a month after I decided that crypto is really a thing for me, that I saw this project, the DAO, and I realized, hey, this is super cool. Like, this is actually much more interesting than the Bitcoin itself. So I will get interested in that. Like, I will dive into it. And a month after I got interested, the DAO was hacked. And this is Griff announcing on the internal channel that the DAO got hacked, and people should basically be withdrawing the money. This was, at that time, this was the hack that was the biggest hack in crypto at that time. It was as big that we had to hard fork Ethereum in order to survive. And the way that the DAO was exploited was pretty novel at that time. It was the so-called reentrancy exploit, and it was something that we simply didn't know. Like, you know, the whole crypto space was very early at this time. All the smart contracts that we were writing, these were the first smart contracts ever written, and we didn't know much about how to do this stuff. So this bug, the reentrancy bug, once discovered, this became like the canonical exploit in DeFi, the canonical exploit in smart contracts. And since then, it's the first thing that any crypto protocol needs to check. Like, you can see this is the Solidity by example tutorial, and it's literally the first thing that is being taught in the hacks section. And this also started the requirement for auditing smart contracts. So the DAO hack made it that any future DeFi protocol had to be audited to see if it's not vulnerable to those exploits, and hopefully none other DeFi protocols will be affected by that. But then 10 years into the future, a month ago, almost literally a month ago, KelpDAO was hacked. And we realized this is one of the first mentions of the KelpDAO hack. And as you can see, it was still quite optimistic in terms of how much is the how big is the issue. It proved to be almost 3 times bigger than initially assumed. And this hack was different. This vulnerability was different because now we know that it was a vulnerability not in the protocol itself. It was vulnerability in the interop mechanism, in the OFT mechanism delivered by layer 0. And if you were following layer 0 from the very beginning, you could remember that like layer 0 basically announced that yes, this is the exploit of Kelp DAO in our mechanism, but it's their fault. It's their configuration that was faulty. They made it very clear that layer 0 protocol functioned exactly as intended. I would say that if the functioning as intended means that people lose like almost $300 million, then probably we should change our intents. But the intents initially were different. This is the original white paper for layer 0, and you can see that initial promises were to provide security. Layer 0 was supposed to provide those security mechanisms, but later they changed the framing. They said that they allow protocols to design their own security mechanisms. So they are not responsible for those protocols' security mechanisms. They allow them to build them themselves. And they are providing this mechanism that they call distributed validator networks, DVNs. However, if you look closely at what this distributed validator network is, it usually is not that much distributed and usually not that much of a network. More often than not, it is simply a multisig. Because technically, a DVN is just a smart contract paired with some off-chain infrastructure, any off-chain infrastructure. They have the examples, like it can be super sophisticated if you do implement a super sophisticated, like zero-knowledge proof mechanism. It can be like that, but it can also be like an EOA or a multisig. So, many people were surprised when this happened. People were like, hey, like, weren't you supposed to actually provide those security guarantees? Like, weren't you supposed to be securing those protocols? Actually, who would have guessed? We did. So this is an article that we wrote 3 years ago, more than 3 years ago, when we actually were calling out layer 0 that their promises of providing security guarantees do not stick, as we said exactly what they are using right now to defend themselves, that layer 0 by itself does not provide any security guarantees. And therefore, from our perspective, like if something is using layer 0, it does not guarantee you that it's safe. So any protocol that is using layer 0 should be considered risky until proven otherwise. Until you can prove that this is actually secure, layer 0 does not provide you any security guarantees. And of course, as you can imagine, when I published this 3 years ago, I received a strong pushback from layer 0 team. I don't blame them, they have business to run. But this is still true. And this is unfortunately still the case, that you have to validate yourself whether the protocol built on top of layer 0 actually is safe. So we have this, mantra at L2Bit: trust code, not claims. Do not trust whatever the provider promises you that they deliver. Like, check. Actually, the beautiful thing about crypto, about blockchain, about the open source available nature of what we do is that we can actually verify whether those protocols do provide those security guarantees or not. And that's what we do at L2Bit. So, of course, throughout the years, we saw many, many requests. Can we have L2Bit for DeFi? Can somebody create L2Bit for DeFi? Even in some like weird characters that I cannot understand, but I still know that they are requesting L2Bit for DeFi. So we started thinking, okay, what would it mean? What would it mean to do L2Bit for DeFi? So what is L2Bit really? You probably know L2Bit from this website. So, and in this website, we provide risk assessments and like security guarantees assessment for different L2s. If you hover over our risk pizza or our stages, you will see the explanation of what are they missing in order to be treated as by us as good enough. But this is actually not, like this website is just the tip of the iceberg. The actual meat behind the L2Bit is this website. It's Discovery, where we look into the actual construction of those L2 systems. So this is basically what we use internally for our work. This is Arbitrum, and we analyze those protocols to see where are external dependencies. Are there any? And for L2Bit, for the L2 assessment that we do, we are trying to look into those external dependencies to see if there are any. Because for L2s to be, the promise of L2 is to inherit Ethereum's decentralization properties. Therefore, in an ideal world, you would have non-external dependencies. You would be, like, your security would be guaranteed by Ethereum. That's what we are looking for. And here you can see that for, like, each of those boxes is a smart contract or an EOA that we analyze actually what is happening there and how they all rely on each other. So how would it look like? Applied for DeFi? We did this experiment. So we asked ourselves, okay, can we do something meaningful? Can we do something valuable by applying the same methodology to DeFi protocols? So we looked into RSETH, into KelpDAO RSETH. By the way, it's funny that it's called KelpDAO. I don't know what DAO they have, like it's just a name. But this is what it looks like. And actually, this is not a full picture. This is only partial picture of what RSETH looks like. And all those different colors mean smart contracts for different systems. And this red color is just KelpDAO smart contracts, like provided by them and secured by them. And here we can see already some external dependencies. So this thing in the middle is Lido. Of course, this KelpDAO is a restaking protocol, so they are using staked ETH. And this is LSETH and ETHX tokens as external dependencies. And here you can see also Aave. We know that Aave is involved in this whole thing. And so this is the dependency on Aave. We see it from exploring on-chain configuration, on-chain deployment of those smart contracts. And what you can see here is EigenLayer, because what RSETH is, it's a restaking protocol, like a restaking token that takes your ETH and uses it in EigenLayer infrastructure to secure other things that could be also secured by Ethereum, by so-called AVSs. And here is the demarcation line between KelpDAO and EigenLayer. And here is the different AVSs. This is AVS directory, so different AVSs that RSETH actually subscribe to. And what are those AVSs, you could think? Like, what is it really? So we looked into one of them, and if you look under the hood, if you scratch the surface a bit, you will see that in those AVSs, there are also like EOAs, like single EOAs that are owning those. So, while everybody is talking about the failure of the Debian configuration that KelpDAO had, nobody is talking about this. Like, the risks are beyond just the risks in interop. They had risks internally as well. Like, we don't know how like this is secured, if this EOA can actually rag your staked ETH or not. And of course, RSETH is a cross-chain token. It's been actually, the cross-chain feature was implemented on top of the token built on L1. And this is the connection between different chains. It's Ethereum and Base. Of course, it's multiplied for every chain that they introduced, and each chain configuration can technically be different. So in order to know what are you dealing with in terms of security guarantees and risks, you have to analyze all of them because they can be different. There is no, like, it should be, like, you would expect it to be the same for every chain, but nothing guarantees you that. So you have to check. And here there is this DVN. Of course, this is 4 out of 4 today. It used to be 1 out of 1, and that's where the issue was. And you have to check this because this is what you are trusting right now in terms of this OFT mechanism. And the important thing is that this configuration needs to be constantly monitored because RSETH was configured differently. Initially, when it was deployed, it was configured as 2 out of 2. But at some point, they realized, okay, why to put so much hassle into having 2 DVNs when we can have 1? Like, isn't 1 good enough? So they changed this configuration from 2 out of 2 to 1 out of 1. Did they announce it anywhere? Of course not. Like, nobody is bragging about like decreasing their security guarantees. So it's not enough for you to just check the security profile of any OFT token at any given point in time. Yesterday, it could have been safe. Tomorrow, it might not be. Today, we know that RSETH is 4 out of 4 DVN, but do we know if it will be like that tomorrow? So that's what we do. Like, that's what we analyze in L2Bit. So we not only, and all those changes need to be analyzed to see whether they have some impact on security. So, and we keep this changelog for all the systems that we monitor. This is Arbitrum. And for Arbitrum, we have like 3 years worth of changelog of what happened on chain on Arbitrum. And each change is described by us. Like, this is, currently this is not public, but we are planning on actually making it public because this is used internally by us to see what changed. Like, every day, our researchers are looking into the changelog from the previous day, and they are analyzing, okay, what does that mean? What does that change that we observed on chain mean for the security, security profile of the given protocol? And this one, this change is actually something that was expected. It's a vote, like it's implementation of the vote that was passed by Arbitrum DAO. This one is interesting. You know, we could see when the Arbitrum Security Council initiated the freeze of stolen funds on Arbitrum. We saw it on chain as well, and we were able to mark it as this. But we also see things like that some important multisig, in this case Security Council, is changing. And in this case, this was like 3 Security Council members rotated in after the elections. So, but sometimes we see such change that we didn't expect. We see a change in multisig, or in some threshold, or in some fees structure that have an impact on security. And we go to the protocol and ask them, hey guys, like why is this change happening? Like, what's happening here? Should we raise an alarm? Should we warn the community? And just the fact that we are looking and they know that we are looking usually makes them much more reasonable in terms of what they are pushing on chain. So what about stages? Because I showed you the meat behind the scenes, like how the sausage is made and how do we analyze those protocols, but everybody knows L2Bit from our risk assessment and from stages. So can we apply the same requirements that we have for like L2s to DeFi? And our answer is not really, at least not now. Like, we didn't figure out yet how to do it. And why? Because for L2s, as I mentioned, what we are looking into is limiting the external dependency and limiting the vectors in which the external dependencies impact the protocol. But this is not practical for DeFi. When we looked into DeFi, composability and interdependency is the core and essence of DeFi. DeFi does not live in isolation. DeFi is meant to be like composed of Lego bricks that you stack on top of each other. So these dependencies in DeFi are built in the whole concept of what we are building. So we cannot aim to limit those dependencies and to get rid of them. We have to simply be aware of how it is composed and how it stacks up. Another thing is that while in L2s we know what is the acceptable and what are we aiming for and what is acceptable in terms of those external dependencies, like we define this, we say what kind of training wheels we accept for stage 1, for stage 0, and when do we say that something is not even an L2 from our perspective. If it doesn't have a working proof system, for example, we don't even consider it a proper rollup, a proper L2. But in terms of DeFi, the risk assessment depends on your risk appetite. You know, Berkshire Hathaway has definitely different risk appetite than any random degen meme coin trading fund, right? And something that would be, like if we were to apply standards of Berkshire Hathaway and Warren Buffett to our risk assessment for DeFi, we would say that we would have to close the shop because he doesn't accept any risk that we are exposed to in DeFi. So it's hard to say, like the actual risk profile, like risk assessment depends on your risk appetite and like what are you actually looking for. So you have to adapt it to your needs. Also, the risk of losing funds may not be dependent on the protocol itself. As in KelpDAO, in RSETH case, you know, the protocol that is most affected by this incident is Aave. Did Aave, you know, fail in anything? I would argue that to some extent, like they didn't have limits and how and any, you know, any thresholds of how much can they be impacted in one go. So that's why this had such a huge impact on them. But otherwise, like they weren't exploited. Their protocol did not change in any way. So it wasn't their fault. Like their risk assessment would be probably still good, yet still they were exposed. So like your exposure depends not on your protocol itself, but basically on everything else. Like the weakest link is the thing we are looking for. And last thing that why this is a bit different than what we are doing in L2 assessment, and is that in this case, like in L2 assessment, we are trying to limit off-chain dependencies and off-chain components. We are looking into them, but not that deep. As in, like if there are off-chain components, we already kind of dismiss such a system as not a proper L2 from our standpoint, or like we apply certain criteria that we have for those external dependencies, but we are not checking them that much inside. In this case, in DeFi, it cannot, like, we have to go deeper. We have to analyze them. So we are looking into that, as I said, for assessments and for stages, we are not there yet. We do not know how to give a stamp of approval on any protocol, any solution. But what we can do right now is provide more insight into where are you exposed? What are the things that you should be monitoring? Where are the components that could be risky for you outside of your ecosystem? And most importantly, we can monitor it so we can alert you when those external dependencies change so that you should probably reassess your risk appetite again. So I would like to add one more thing. I'm already wrapping up, but I would like to add one more thing. So I started with the DAO hack to start the story. And recently, we saw the huge comeback of the DAO. So the DAO came back with the funds that they still have in their treasury, and they started the DAO Security Fund, where they support security-related projects in this ecosystem. And this is a quadratic funding matching pool. So the way it works is that if you support a project like us, but there are also other great projects that you can support, like there is DeFi Scan, there is Hack and Proof. You can see there is a ton of projects that really deserve your support. If you go to GiveF, to this donation page, and you donate even small amount, the only important thing that it should be above $1, then it will get matched from this. It will get matched from this pool from the DAO security fund. So I would ask you, if you like what we are doing, if you value what we and others are doing, then please go to this page today, because it's time sensitive. You have only less than 24 hours left to do this. Please go there and fund your favorite projects, even with $1. Even like ideally, I don't know, $10. We don't ask for much, but we ask for you to do this, because the more supporters we have, the bigger the matching we can receive. So basically, I don't ask you to give us $100, but I would ask you to first of all, go there, validate that you are eligible to be matched. You need to pass certain KYC, not KYC, anti-Sybil requirements, so that this is not gamed. Please pass those requirements and donate to your favorite projects, even small amounts, like $5, $10, and ask your friends to do this. Thank you very much. This is all I had to say. I don't know if we have time for questions. Yeah, we have 5 minutes, so if you have any questions, if you don't have any questions, I prepared some for you. You can pick simply from the table. These are some suggestions, but if you have any other questions, I'm also happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Great analysis. So out of curiosity, it looks like a lot of manual work, all these analyses. Are you doing this with a lot of researchers, or do you have good tools installed to make it more and more automated?
So this is both. And I will already address the elephant in the room. What about AI? Because AI is, something that everybody is discussing right now, and even in the last month, especially after this hack, we saw a lot of vibe-coded security dashboards. And while we appreciate all the effort, we also tried using AI to do analysis. We are, of course, using a lot of AI, but AI is not there yet. Like our honest assessment it doesn't. So yes, this is a lot of work. We do two things. First of all, we created a ton of tooling. This is actually the core of what we do. Like, as I said, the website is just the tip of the iceberg. The actual core of what we do is the tooling that we created to get there, because we aim to have everything that is displayed on our website to come from the data that we gather on chain. So we try to minimize as much as possible the manual things that we add to this data, specifically for that reason. We are monitoring more than 100 protocols, and 2 years ago we were scared by there were prophecies of thousands of rollups showing up. So we created this tooling to be able to handle thousands of rollups. We don't have thousands, we have hundreds, but still, it's a lot of work, but we created the tooling to automate as much as possible. We have the templates. So when we find certain on-chain construct, like smart contract construct, we templatize it so that whenever we see it again, we already know what are we dealing with. We don't have to analyze it again. We also have certain rules programmed within our assessment tooling to automate as much as possible. Like, not automate, but rather automate the work of the researcher. But still, we have 5 researchers analyzing those systems every day, because while the tooling helps, everything that we publish still needs to be signed off by a human that analyzed it, that understood it, and made the decision whether this is something important or something that is not as important to impact the risk assessment. Any other questions? Gentleman in the front seat.
I want to utilize one of your questions. Why still multi-sigs are still in play?
We want to make sure that if those systems do have any vulnerabilities, we have the means to actually fix it. The other reason why they still exist is that our space is changing. Ethereum is evolving. The ecosystem around Ethereum is evolving. So there needs to be a way to quickly and flexibly modify those systems. But ideally, while those systems mature, while we ossify those mechanisms, we should be getting rid of those multisigs. So the way we treat it is that you need to identify those multisigs. You need to be aware where they are to know what exactly are you dealing with. And there should be a roadmap in which you should know how are you going to arrive at the point when you can get rid of those multisigs. If you have that, then we can monitor the progress and we can push you to do better and to remember that the goal was to remove those multisigs. But right now, they are the reasonable compromise between flexibility and simply being reasonable about the security assumptions and decentralization. So it's important for those multisigs to be composed properly. Like the Arbitrum Security Council, it's not just like a random multisig. It's a very sophisticated multisig that is composed of people that are being elected. And when electing those Security Council members, we take into consideration stuff like geographical diversity, legislative diversity, different backgrounds, so that we have different points of views in the Security Council. So this is not just like a random multisig, but it's still a multisig, so you have to know what you're dealing with. Gentleman back.
Thanks. I know what you guys do for many years. It's, to be honest, great. Actually, I have one question. So what kind of problem I see on the market is that when even someone is covering security, yeah, they actually not 100% cover the whole infrastructure. How actually make this process transparent that actually some user visit ecosystem or project, they see the coverage is like 100%. Infrastructure, smart contracts, application, ops security, and etc.
So in my opinion, in DeFi, it's almost impossible to have 100% coverage because of these interdependencies. So there will always be, like when we are looking into, let me get back to this nice image. When we are looking into something like this already looks complicated, but this is just the beginning. Like in here, for example, this bubble here is just one bubble. It should be one such bubble for each of those AVSs. This is just one AVS. In here, this is just the one chain, the OFT adapters and mechanism for just one chain. It should be multiplied by every chain that is included there. So I'm not sure if 100% coverage is realistic. Maybe with AI. Maybe we'll be able to automate it so to cover it with AI. But so right now the important thing is for you as a DeFi protocol or curator or user to understand like where do you cut the line? Where do you say that okay, I'm digging until AVSs, but I trust that EigenLayer actually is secure and this thing inside is okay. Or you can say, okay, I track until I find Aave, and I don't dig into Aave because I trust that Aave is safe. This is a practical approach that could be taken today, but you have to consciously know where to cut off.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Do we have still time? Okay, we need to cut. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. Feel free to contact me if you have any other questions, and feel free to contact me or anybody from our team if you would like to work with us on helping you to secure your own DeFi protocol. Thank you. Same with DeFi Summer. Like these are like two things that still haunt us to this day, even though L1 matured significantly from these days. But during CryptoKitties craze, Ethereum was unusable. During DeFi Summer, I remember paying $100 for a transaction. And while one could argue that today we live in a different place, like the basic promise of L2s is that this is not going to happen on our end. And also, something that L2s can implement. Again, Arbitrum has this mechanism that significantly balances out any spikes. So even if there is a huge spike in activity on Arbitrum, the cost of transaction is not going to spike as well. It will be balanced out to be more predictable. And so these are the features that make it, or like the other, but another example is like Arbitrum is offering this, remind me, stylus, Arbitrum stylus, which is a multi-VM technology that allows you to write smart contracts in Rust, for example, that will run on Arbitrum in the same environment that traditional smart contracts wrote in Solidity, for example, work. So these are those unique advantages, unique features that L2 can offer that makes it a better place to host your app. Another example, to not use just Arbitrum as an example, like is ZK Sync Previdium. Like they created this whole infrastructure, like the whole architecture that allow you to have isolated, private, secure environment that you control, which integrates with L1 and promises the seamless interop with L1. And again, if this is something that you want to, like, if this is the environment that you require for compliance reasons or for business reasons, that's your unique advantage of going for L2. So yeah, like I would say that when originally the premise was cost and speed, I would say that today, and even if you look into recent Vitalik's comments, posts, and even the Ethereum Foundation vision for how L1 and L2 should cooperate. It was published like a month or 2 months ago. They directly say that the future that we foresee for L2 ecosystem is that it needs to provide differentiation from L1. It cannot be just Ethereum but cheaper, or Ethereum but faster, or Ethereum but something, because Ethereum is fast, Ethereum is cheap, and it will only get better. You need to provide things that Ethereum will not provide, simply because this is a unique feature that has this niche target base.
I speak to a lot of applications, a lot of new dApps, and I think that initially it was speed and cost, and people were taking everything a bit more serious tech-wise. However, what I see today, and we're getting asked a lot, about our opinions, about, using different bridging systems, about the L2 versus L1. However, I think that many applications, unfortunately, or that's just how economics work, are incentivized more to deploy on L2s because of bigger treasuries and because they want to get more traction, and because L1s have stopped giving grants or such big grants for their deployments. And this kind of from base or incentives from optimism, and then I'll anyways look for ways to make it interop, to grab the market share from, or like users and volumes from the other chains, because you don't want to be locked down into an ecosystem.
Sorry, if I can relate to that quickly. I agree with you. I also think that this is coming to an end for two reasons. One is token treasuries are no longer what they used to be. Like if you look into token treasuries of the major L2s, they are like just a shadow of the great past. But also, like especially after recent incidents, what we are observing is that many protocols are actually winding down their cross-chain deployments, because they start to realize that every cross-chain endpoint becomes a potential vulnerability. It's becoming a cost that they have to sustain. They have to maintain in order to see if there is no weak link in this endpoint. So while I agree with you that this used to be the case, I think that this narrative is coming to an end or already ended.
So I don't know if I agree with the interop winding down. In fact, I was going to say the opposite. They choose a lot of L2s, to get back to the original question, because they want the network effects, and they don't know which one they're going to capture. So they go multi-chain and just sort of spray and pray on anyone that'll give them a grant. And then if no one gives them a grant, they'll go to anyone else who has a sufficiently large ecosystem. So these network effects are actually really important. I think the bridging concerns, especially as of late, will be there, but bridges have been hacked for 5 years, 7 years. Since as long as bridges have existed, unfortunately, they've been hacked. And people are still building new solutions and new interop, and I don't think that's going to go away. I think it's just going to make it easier to target all of the L2s that are relevant until we converge on those specific features that you specifically need for an app or a consumer base.
Yeah, I'm just gonna jump in and offer a slightly different perspective. I do agree that incentives on one part, at least they used to kind of like uh, provoke protocols towards that direction. But I think the reason is also a different thing. Like if you're a builder, you care about the technical differentiators. But if you're a user, not that much. Like what matters is, can I use the app that I want to use? Is it fast and is it cheap? And there has to be some kind of like agreement between the builder and the user in the solution that they choose. Like a builder will take into account the considerations of the technical differentiators that a chain is offering. But at the end of the day, if that is not enough for the users that they want to attract, they'll have to move on. So I think one of the reasons that builders are still selecting L2s and will continue to select L2s, even if the incentives are not there from like grants or from treasuries or whatever they may be, they will continue to do so simply because the L2s will, for the time being at least, are faster and cheaper than Ethereum mainnet for a lot of heavy use and intense applications. If you're something like much smaller or you don't need as much activity, let's say, I don't know, an NFT protocol that you just hold, maybe Ethereum is still the place to be. As for example, NFTs, they never went very big on L2s, but Ethereum mainnet was the place to be. So yes, I think like for builders, it makes sense to try and differentiate between the chains and see which chain is offering the best tech and the things that are most meaningful for you as a builder. But you also have to think from a user perspective, does it make sense for me to be there? Can the users come to the chain that I'm building, and can they use the apps that I'm building for them?
But how much does it matter? Because nowadays you have protocols like LeFi, which make your life in interop way easier, orchestrating all the bridges and all the DEXs and now intent-based systems and so on and so forth. So how much does it matter for the protocol and also for the end user when you can seamlessly go from, hop from chain to chain? Because the user, if it's an L2, they're anyways going to pay, peanuts for gas, and they don't care about that. So how much does it matter?
So on that, two things. One, and it relates to the overhead that Christoph mentioned about the security of being interop. So one is like, will the protocol that I'm using on the chain that I'm using it on, will that chain continue to exist in a year or 2 years, 3 years from now? For most protocols, like especially EVM, it's easy to redeploy, as you mentioned. I think something that a lot of people downplay, and I'm a big proponent of that, is just the human factor of the place that I got into first, the community that I'm used to, the user experience that I'm used to. So yes, like in theory, it's very easy, switch the network from your wallet, connect to the same app, it's the same flow. But in reality, it's not as simple. And that has to do with just human behavior, and it's not just the tech underneath it.
Another thing is that L2s, L2s offer you to, like some L2s are some kind of like uncharted territory. So if you launch on Ethereum a lending protocol, it's really hard to, to get traction and to have anything that is worth talking about. But if you launch a lending protocol, say on Mega ETH, it is possible, or at least it's easier and at least possible for you to be the biggest lending protocol on Mega ETH. This is, for example, what Velodrome did on Optimism and later on Base. They were a lending protocol, but they were consciously not going for Ethereum because they wanted to be the biggest lending protocol on, sorry, not lending protocol, like the biggest DEX on Optimism, and then the default DEX for Base. And that was their unique advantage and unique value prop. And they were kind of successful in doing that. So that's one thing. And another, as Sinkan mentioned, like those chains have their own communities. Like if you are building on Arbitrum, and if you do something significant on Arbitrum, you have a chance of being actually, when they organize those open houses and hacker spaces, you have a possibility of being actually featured, so that somebody builds on top of you, because then they can, be in the Arbitrum hackathon, which is not the case if you are building on Ethereum. Ethereum doesn't have those, those opportunities. So yeah, there are like certain advantages of going for a different specific niche, even if it's possible technically using LeFi to be everywhere.
Then why do you think it's so complicated for a startup or like a new protocol to like choose which chain to go on? If you keep talking about like how easy it is, the tech and like the community and the incentives and so on, but I'm asking you this because like a lot of founders that I'm meeting all the time, they're all struggling to figure out like where to go, and then they decide on a chain, and then they have to switch again because of like whatever happened, or because they're not getting supported, or because they don't feel like it's really the technology is not really where it needs to be, or et cetera, or like it's not fit for their community. Like, why do you think why do you think it's so complicated?
Yeah, so I think this does go back to the network effects that we're talking about, and the challenge that Christoph was actually mentioning of being the big fish in a small pond or a small fish in a big pond, right? You can either go on Ethereum, for example, and be one of many dexes, or you can go on a new chain and try to be the dex, or whatever protocol or whatever app it is. But then you really need that ecosystem to buy into it. You can't go in there sort of without talking to the ecosystem, without prepping that you're going to be that big fish, because they may not like you. Not necessarily because of any particular reason, but if you're just some person trying to exploit money, they may not want to use you as your system, or they might prefer a different technical solution because you didn't build the DEX properly or something like this. So getting over the hurdle of becoming the biggest fish on a new chain is actually really tough. It's, I think, a lot easier to choose some of the bigger players in the space to be a small fish, because then at least, well, you can get a little bit of a big piece of a pie rather than all of a small pie, which may not exist yet. You have to do all the work. And if the community you build with doesn't provide you with these opportunities, like features at events or co-marketing or whatever it is, it's really difficult to overcome that. Like, launching an L2 is almost as hard as launching an L1 if you don't have a bunch of these players from the ecosystem point of view. The tech side is a little bit different. But going onto an existing L2 is just Ethereum, but faster and cheaper. And that helps a lot.
Yeah, but also, like, from my perspective, this is not unique for L2s or crypto in general. This is like the general startup dilemma. Back in the days when, right now we have only two mobile operating systems, just Android and iOS. But 15 years ago, there was a multitude of those systems. And there was a dilemma, and not a single one was really at the place where it was a clear winner. That, like, right, today deploying on iOS is a no-brainer. But back in the days, it wasn't that obvious. And it was a hard choice. Like, do I go for iOS and fight with these big guys that have the support, or do I go for Windows Phone and try to be the best app for Windows Phone? But if I did it, I was risking that, as it materialized, that Windows Phone simply disappeared. And suddenly, if I build my business on top of this, like, my business is in shambles right now. The same goes for, what market do I address? Do I, like, if I start building from Romania, like, do I address Romanian market that I know very well and I probably have connections with? Or do I, but it's really hard to grow from places like Romania and Poland, even if these are, like, significant markets. Like, building really successful startup from here is super, super tough. So do I do this, which is easier for me, or do I go straight up, like, fly to Silicon Valley and try building there, where I have much bigger competition? So this is the same, in my opinion, for L2s. The reason why it's hard is because you need to know this environment. And it's really hard if you are not working in L2 beat. It's really hard to be really following what's happening at every single one of those ecosystems, and really hard to, you don't have the resources to really pay attention to what's happening and what's different. So yeah.
But most of them have like ample documentation. There's foundations and labs you can talk to about the technical side. There are incentives, or there might not be. I think the difficult thing is figuring out whether going into a chain makes sense for your business model, from the perspective of, again, is the chain going to be around? What kind of security risks? Like, L2Bit is doing a great job surfacing those, even for the people that do not have the time to go review each chain one by one. And then lastly, it's thinking about the long term, because yes, you can easily migrate your code base, your liquidity, whatever, in another EVM chain, but you cannot migrate those network effects. Like, I'm in Arbitrum, I'm not a builder, but if I decided to build something, it only makes sense for me to try and build it on Arbitrum because I know people from the foundation, I know investors, I know content creators in Arbitrum who could potentially help me distribute. Like, all the networks effect that I have personally, most of them are on Arbitrum, right? So if I want to try to build, I don't know, on Base, I don't have any of that. And you cannot migrate it easily. So I think there's many decisions, there's many options, sorry, but the decision has less to do with the options available and more so with the builder themselves and what they're trying to build and what they're going for, especially in the long term.
Okay. I think like fragmentation was like one of the questions that I had actually, and one of the things that I don't know what you guys think about it, but like in my opinion, is, as you were saying, like right now there's iOS and there's like Windows. Android, sorry, yeah. You can, yeah, I mean, you can see I'm not a technical person, okay? But basically, the question is like, right, there were like so many L2s that like came up, and then like, my question is like, do you guys think like it's gonna be a time where like things are gonna merge somehow, and then it's gonna be a lot easier to build, because then maybe it's gonna be a lot easier for like new users and for like and all the types of transactions and to maybe fulfill like Ethereum's vision of like mass adoption.
I'm gonna let this guys hash it out on the interop side. The only thing that I have to offer as like a user, let's say, more so, and a less technical person is, at least on the fragmentation side, and especially on like the liquidity side of the fragmentation, maybe the users, like, as a small user, you anymore, like, you don't really notice the difference. Like, if you're, you know, I don't know, like using apps and using 100, 200 bucks on different apps, you don't really notice the issue of fragmentation. Yes, it's a hassle to bridge between these different L2s and the risks that come with it, but nowadays you don't really notice the fragmentation as much as you used to. But yeah, many more to discuss on that thing, and I'll leave this.
So I think the fragmentation is real. I think for a lot of users, because of the network effects, they don't feel it. But when you start a new chain, or you're looking at the whole ecosystem, you can definitely still see it. In October, I think there was 131 rollups or L2s listed on L2 Beat. Most of them did not talk to each other in terms of business, also, but on bridges. You could not get to some of them. I know because we were one of them, and so some people say, I want to put money on your chain, and X wallet doesn't support you. And it's like, oh, actually, you did notice that. I couldn't move $200 onto your chain. I just lost a user. So now I got to go talk to that wallet and say, hey, why didn't you add the RPC? It takes you 3 seconds. Please put it in there. You know, we're costing us users. And they'll say, okay, sure, give me $5,000. And you're like, what? This is wild. I thought we were decentralized. I thought we were beyond that. But that was part of, you know, how some of these things worked. And when you had 131 rollups, I think actually, until we get to the vision that I think the Ethereum Foundation should have been pushing a little earlier about diversifying technical feature sets for L2s, I think we're going to enter an area of contraction. Even Circuit, you know, we're focusing on a DeFi protocol, not our L2 right now. I think we're going to see 131 drop to 50, 70 over the next year or two. Maybe not so quickly, maybe not so impactfully. Like, you know, maybe some of them are already dead and they're just not delisted. But I think you will start to see some contraction in the space until feature sets become useful and diverse. Maybe not so quickly, but 131 doesn't seem necessary right now for Ethereum, especially because Ethereum did get cheaper and faster relative to CryptoKitty days. But in 10 years, maybe we'll be back to 131 and they'll all be useful.
But do you know why there are 130? Why do you think there are 130?
I mean, people wanted to build out their own solutions.
People wanted to raise cheap money, also building shitty solutions. So incentives are not aligned with the end user because the end user don't need 130 rollups. They need 2 or 3, maybe. So given the fact that the incentives are not aligned, it only benefits a couple of protocols in the space, like us, because we have to pick up all the broken pieces and basically glue them together with the fragmentation of the bridges, of the dexes, of everything into a unified cross-chain experience. And the whole multi-chain versus cross-chain dilemma, you probably have read that famous post from Vitalik. I don't think we're ever gonna go into a true cross-chain experience in which there can be like thousands of rollups and L2s, and users don't even know or care how they're jumping from one to other. Because right now, liquidity is still fragmented, and UX is still very fragmented. You still have to go on, Jumper.exchange or on a bridge like Stargate to bridge your funds. And if you want to do more actions on top of that, like getting yield from, I don't know, you have ETH on ETH and you want to get yield on Arbitrum, it's like 6 signatures that you have to go through. So incentives are not aligned with the end user. They're aligned with the people building stupid shit, raising money, and then depleting the treasuries.
So while I agree to some extent, I think that this is a unfair framing of what's happening. Like I truly believe that there are people that just want to build stuff. And when I've been in startups for more than 20 years. I remember startups in 2000s, and the amount of stupid shit that was being built back then, it's beyond your imagination. Like if you think that stupid shit is being built in crypto, like Google yourself like Yo app that raise money. For example, like there are like 6 people, if I remember correctly, that invested money in an app that allows you to send yo to other person, and that's it. Yeah. So in terms of crazy things being built, we, in crypto we are kind of conservative, I would say, because we are actually dealing mostly with kind of reasonable financial solutions, and there is this craziness beyond imagination that is still to be explored. But in terms of fragmentation, I also believe that fragmentation is real, and the issue is that it's not in the interest of the biggest players to actually solve the fragmentation, because it's the small protocols that would be tipping into their liquidity, not the other way around. So they are not interested in actually solving this issue. They are interested in not solving the issue. There is this, in terms of incentives, I would say that there is an incentive in actually creating a moat from liquidity, because this moat is real. That's why Ethereum is still, when we say about builders and like random builders, that yes, like they do consider different chains and different L2s which they want to use. When we say about big funds, for example, when we talk to them, the question is not about L2s. The question is Ethereum, Solana, maybe, and and then the short list is very, very short actually of the chains that they are willing to build on, because the reason why they are building on the chain is that they want to be able to access the capital that is on this chain. And the only reason why we are still meeting on those conferences is because Ethereum is still the most valuable chain out there. Maybe apart from Bitcoin, that's a different story. So Ethereum is the most valuable programmable chain. So there is kind of like non-competition out there. Like Solana is much, much, much smaller. So yeah, like in terms of addressing this, I believe that if we, this Ethereum economic zone that has been promised, and ZK interop, seamless interop that is being promised for years, I think that it will ship one day or another, and this will solve many issues, and this will make Ethereum with its own ecosystem a real ecosystem, where being on Ethereum, aside from being like on Tempo or Arc or Solana, will be an advantage. But we need this seamless interop. Right now, the interop is there, like it's not costly, but for many people, bridging funds, like simply bridging funds is a complicated topic. And it cannot be fully abstracted away, because if we abstract away the nuances of interop, then we are abstracting away security aspects of it.
But you're still gonna have the L1s like Tempo, Arc, Solana, and liquidity is still going to be fragmented. It's just going to be a bit more concentrated. The fragmentation is going to be more concentrated within 5 to 10 big ones. So you'll still need orchestration from one chain to the other. So we're solving only part of the problem, and I'm not sure if I agree with the whole Ethereum interop is going to be as seamless as you presented right now, because they've tried on many times, and I know that they're pushing this, and the Ethereum Foundation is doing great work in that direction. But right now, I'll give you an example. We work with Off-Chain Labs, and we powered the Arbitrum page on the bridging side. It took them years to put external bridges and realize that, the native bridging that Ethereum is offering us is absolutely great, is the safest one. However, our users are asking for something a bit different, which is faster, cheaper transactions.
But that's actually something that I was strongly opposing back then, and I think that like today I have my glory days when yes, like for example the bridge, the off-chain like Arbitrum bridge that you mentioned. If I remember correctly, it shows 3 bridges, and one is called the cheapest, the second one is called the fastest, and the actual one that everybody should be using is called secured by Ethereum, which is, if I'm a user, like, do I want to choose fastest, cheapest, or secured by Ethereum? Of course, I'm going for fastest and cheapest. But the issue with this fastest and cheapest is that they're really not good bridges. If I remember, one of them is Relay, which basically is an EOA that you send money to and you expect it to send money somewhere else. And the issue with that approach is that, if like this is not a real bridge, or it's not a secure bridge, and at some point, I think that regulators will come in and they will see, okay, how does this differ from Western Union? Like really, these guys are doing exactly the same, but we are keeping them to these standards and Western Union to these standards. How about we extend Western Union standards to the Relay bridge? And suddenly we can end up in a world where the only bridge that we will be able to use is Western Union, because they will be the only ones who will be able to adapt to regulatory requirements, and any really good technical solutions that are being built right now will be out of business by the time because they weren't fastest and they weren't cheapest. So the issue with this this thing that you say that the only thing that users care are cost and speed. Like, tell me if really RSETH users care only about cost and speed. Like, are they really happy that the hackers were able to extract all their money in 47 minutes and it was all gone poof? Like, are they happy with the fact that this was the cheapest solution out there?
Yeah, of course not. And on the Relay point, I agree. They took a lot of compliance risk, and that's how they grew to what they are today. It's basically just 2 EOAs on 2 different chains, then them rebalancing with other DEX aggregators is something which is well known. But the user experience is great. I assume you've tried Relay many times. It is very fast and in some cases very cheap.
But my point is that we shouldn't be promoting them. Really, like I agree that it's fast and cheap. The guys that are handling money in Argentina on the counter are also fast and cheap, but they are not exactly reliable. You cannot build this new financial industry on top of things like that. So if we are promoting that, we are actually taking a step back instead of pushing industry forward. So what I would, yes, we do have a lot of fast and cheap solutions, but these are exactly not the things that we should be promoting and we should be using as, conscious, informed users. And we should do better in framing those solutions. Like, if you put on the description of Relay, not fastest, but the riskiest one, the most dangerous one, the one that you use at your own risk, then it would be a different narrative. But no, you are labeling it the fastest.
You said conscious-informed users. The problem is the users are not that conscious,
but we are.
Like you are.
But we are. That's our job. So we are, and they trust us. They rely on us. So it's our job to provide them information that they need. So I don't expect any random guy to really dig into the nuances of interop and cross-chain security. But I would expect you guys to do this. So I would expect you, like I would like to keep you to high enough standards that when you are presenting bridges, you are not labeling them as cheapest, but risky ones. And they will not have the skills to make their own informed decisions, but we do have. Like, we spend enough time and we are being paid to actually understand those protocols, so it's our job to inform others what is risky and what is not. Sorry for...
Yeah, no, of course, I agree, but And I'll tell you why we can't do that. Because we're building a business and they're building a business. If we cut them out, let's say we don't feed them any more routes or we label them as risky, Relay will just go to all our clients and say, hey, you know, LeFi is actually blacklisting us, but we have the fastest and the cheapest solution. Okay, sure, it's centralized or semi-centralized. It's 2 EOAs and us rebalancing manually, you know, every few hours. But do the clients care? In most cases, they don't. And then they're gonna start undercutting a solution like LeFi in which we try or we strive as much as possible to not pick winners here.
Yeah, so you know, I agree and disagree. As in, yes, like I understand that you do business and you are making your own choices and where you draw the line between ethical and unethical, solutions. And I don't expect you to blacklist them. You know, that there is no reason for blacklisting them. But I expect you to provide information to the customers so they can make informed decisions and not just promoting them because they are paying or they are, you know, good customer. I understand, you know, I'm running a business as well, so I understand that it's tricky. But after all, it's our, you know, it's our responsibility. For some reason, if there is like some obvious scammer and would come to you, you would not, like if I created a, you know, rug bridge tomorrow, and I would say, hey, let's see how big of a honeypot we can make, you know, in 3 months. And I came to you and said, hey guys, like we are not only the cheapest, we are actually paying people to bridge using our solution. You know, we will be not only the cheapest, the most affordable, and you know, we will be sending money right away, like before even you can think about it. So we are the fastest. But you would not list me if I was called, you know, the Kim Jong-un bridge. So yeah, like we cut the line somewhere, we draw the line somewhere, and it's our responsibility ultimately to do this properly, because we can like we are literally deciding on the future of this industry.
But I love the conversation. But I want to ask you guys as well, what kind of like projects or like protocols would you like to see being built more on L2? I know you're more
exciting. And the other kind of innovation is the boring stuff that's just using the new technology to have like marginal improvements. I think we're lacking more of that. I feel I'm in blockchain since 2018. Nowadays, I don't find myself using it as much as I used to. I'm not as excited by it as a user, right? And the reason for that is because there's not a lot of things for me to do, like actively do. If you're not trying to farm protocols, if you're not trying to trade, if you're not trying to do financial stuff, maybe there's a few games, there's a few like gamified concepts, some casinos, but it's all like the same thing. I want to be able to use apps that are using blockchain as the tech, that have a real use for blockchain, right? Not just packaging it because it's a new thing, that actually have a use for, that I want to log in or use or actually solve a problem or offer me a solution that I need.
Do you foresee more like consumer apps coming up, or not yet?
I think we're like slowly starting to see more of them. Prediction markets were one thing, but again, like gamified financial concepts. I think we're still trying to figure it out, both as an industry, but also as like users. Like, what does make sense to have on blockchain but not be financial? I think we're not there yet, and it's gonna take some time because the incentives don't really align that clearly. But at one point, yes. Like otherwise, is it just gonna be? Maybe the answer is just gonna be. Maybe the answer is just the blockchain tech is just financial rails, right? And that's it. And maybe that's not a bad thing, but at one point we need to be able to understand where it's at, and if we do not experiment with it beyond that scope, then we're not gonna have an answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with almost all of that, to take the easy way. I think we've stopped innovating in terms of breadth of applications, and we've focused really on improving the depth of like financial rails. And that is good, but like you, unless I am investing daily, I don't have a need to touch Ethereum very often, unfortunately. And that's really sad for someone working in the space because I want to use it every day, but I don't want to use it just to burn gas fees, even if they are low. So it would be great to see some apps that do use blockchain under the hood. Ideally, you don't even know you're using a blockchain. Maybe gas is sponsored if it's a game or something like this, and you can still have a nice source of truth. But I think the next way we can move out of just finances is to leverage zero knowledge technology to put something like decentralized identities or age verification or a lot of this tech that we built up in large part to scale the ecosystem to other places, because now you can take a lot of this off-chain stuff and use Ethereum or another chain as a single source of truth using these very concise proofs, and I think that's underutilized. It's a very boring tech in the sense that most users also aren't going to use that every day. You're not going to log in and create a new zero knowledge proof of your ID, but I think it is something that does have a lot of potential where you can leverage this decentralized source of trust.
Well, one of the questions that I'm getting very often is like, what do you work in crypto? Or if you work in crypto, I'm like, yeah, I'm at this event, so I guess I work in crypto. And the second question, or like most asked question is, so do you farm? Do you trade?
And that's kind of boring, right? Like, yes, probably, but also you'd probably want to do something else.
So from my perspective, we're so excited by being able to reproduce the things that we know from the traditional finance on chain that we forgot that we actually need to make them exciting. So I would like to see more of this, more of looping, more of farming, but on regular traditional assets that make sense. Like, I don't want meme coin farming and I don't want meme coin looping, but I would like to see treasury bonds looping, for example, because this is something that could be done, and I see no reason why it should. Like, it's inevitable at this point that we'll move traditional finance into digital waves. We call it crypto. So I want to see more of that because we don't see enough yet. We are just getting started. But on top of that, like, I would love to see more games, but not blockchain games. I would like to see games that I've been playing a long time ago, farming stupid, resources and getting points in order to trade for something else, but actually utilizing this interconnected economy that I could, build, that I could build my game on top of something else. I think that there is a huge potential out there, and again, as our technology is getting more and more boring and simply, transparent, that I believe that finally, people in gaming can start building on top of it because they will not be building on crypto. They will be just, building games, and they will not be blamed for building crypto games. So this is one, of course, identity. Like, I would love to see any advancements in identity solutions, especially that the current in my opinion, we are on the verge of bankruptcy of the current identity and KYC systems. They are so stupid and so exploitable that we will need to figure it out, especially in the AI economy and AI age. So I would expect a lot of innovation coming soon, but at the same time, simply those things need to get boring.
I'm not even going to ask you anything about like mass adoption because I think that's a whole like new discussion for another hour. But I want to see if there's any questions from the audience regarding L2s or anything of like this gentleman here have expertise on.
Okay. First of all, thank you for participating, of course, and your views on the current landscape of the L2s. So. You do not have to answer. I'll preface it with that. So L2s came into existence for a need regarding the Ethereum landscape and to grow and maintain its user base and to provide more functionality, et cetera, speed. We already went through that. Majority of these are, of course, backed with outside funding and provide to contribute to the network and to the ecosystem as much as possible, and potentially become a dominant actor in this sector. My question would be, as L2s in that sense depend and are formed thanks to the L1, which is maintained and roadmapped by the EF with a limited runway, as we all know. Are there any views on how future contributions could be made from the L2s to sustain this mainnet development from EF side? I know this is more of a political question, which is also said, if you cannot answer, feel free to say so, of course. But it is something that worries me as an end user and as a builder in the space.
Okay, so I don't have a good answer, and I'm not going to answer all of what you said there. At the end, it sort of sounded like you want direct financial contributions from the L2s back to the L1. I don't know if that's what you were exactly asking. That sounds really difficult for a lot of teams to do. L2s also have limited budgets. There are some big players, obviously, with larger budgets. There are a lot that don't have big budgets. This is very difficult. I would like to take the time, though, to point out that a lot of the L2 work has been recycled or repurposed or re-innovated back into the L1. I don't think the Lean Proofs initiative from Ethereum would be nearly as far ahead if we didn't have a zero-knowledge rollup or 6 or 12 or whatever, advancing the zero-knowledge proof systems that we had today. I think that roadmap would be 5 or 10 more years away if it was just the Ethereum Foundation. Not because of any incompetence there, but because there were dozens of zero-knowledge rollup teams all trying and failing to do certain things. And these types of innovations can still be cycling back down into the L1. Similarly, if Arbitrum decides to pick up an RIP that's really cool because it reprices gas or adds some new feature type or transaction type or something, Ethereum can watch that success and be like, actually, look, everyone seems to like it on Arbitrum. We can take that innovation and push it back into the L1. And I bet you're going to see some stuff like this for post-quantum as well, where you'll see L2s try it first because there's a little bit less on the line if they get it wrong, and then Ethereum saying, oh, actually you did it well, or that didn't work, let's learn from these lessons, and that will expand the EF's ability to innovate at their own pace.
I can only agree, and there are initiatives like Protocol Guild, and Ethereum Foundation is trying to figure out like how to provide sustainable funding, but it's a tough challenge in my opinion. As L2, like I wouldn't expect L2s to just voluntarily fund L1 development. We need to figure out different mechanisms.
Yeah, more or less I agree, so I don't have much to add.
Yeah, yeah. I have a question. How often L2s considering to run their own stable coins to actually work with institutional clients? I know you have infrastructure and you provide for institutional clients, but how about your own token as a stable coin?
Yeah, I think that's a good question, especially like nowadays I feel like there's this run for stablecoins in general because it makes sense for a lot of people as a business model. But at the same time, it's a very difficult business. You have to have a broad distribution. You're going up against folks like Circle and USDT, who are very well established and have like market dominance. And it's kind of like a different playing field altogether. I think it makes sense after a certain point because, especially on layer 2s, that you have this inherent like counterintuitive thing where, for example, in Arbitrum, the sequencer revenue that Arbitrum generates flows into a DAO treasury. But at the same time, the builders and the users of Arbitrum, who also in many cases happen to be delegates of that DAO and in control of the treasury, they need to be able to transact on Arbitrum cheaper. So there was a proposal some time ago to reduce the base fee on Arbitrum by a portion, and then by extension, the sequencer revenue also was reduced. So basically, the chain revenue starts going down the cheaper you make the chain, obviously. So there's a little twos. If you have significant traction, a lot of users, a lot of liquidity, it might make sense to create your own stablecoin because that could be another business line that could create tremendous revenue opportunities and also make you rely less on your sequencer revenue. I think it does make sense, and I think we're going to see more teams going into that direction. It's going to be probably difficult to get market share from Circle and USDT, most prominently, but and a few others. But I think depending on the size, let's say, of the L2, I think there is the market for it.
If you're a small L2, it's going to be very hard for you to bootstrap your own stablecoin because you have a few blockers. First of all, Circle has a whole business unit that is going to try to convince you that that's a bad idea, and they're going to try to sell you to use USDC. But let's say that you don't care about that. It's hard if you're a small chain or a new rollup because you need a lot of money to bootstrap a stable coin. Because first of all, and I have chains which are coming to us and they're trying to do this, but you need to answer a few questions. Is that going to be the gas token? If it's not going to be the gas token, you're going to have a separate gas token, so it's going to be even more expensive. And thereafter, how are you going to provide the liquidity from the other chains? And for us, we're like, there's a solution, but it's not going to be cheap. The solution is that you're going to have to give a credit line to solvers to basically solve and have interop towards your chain. Because you could use like a native bridge, fine, and then use and then swap on the destination chain, but it's going to be a pain. So and this kind of derails a bit to what we were talking. It doesn't make sense because incentives are not aligned, and because you're going to promote or push forward more centralized solutions.
One question. What is your opinion on a rollup versus ZK L2s? Like we mentioned the native bridges and rollup. You have I think 2 weeks period or security, something like that. With ZK rollups, you will have like a more security. ZK rollups seem to be at least on some high technical level should be easier to interop between themselves. Why do we see so many more rollup L2s rather than ZK? More like optimistic rollups L2s.
There's still a technical lift in building out the ZK, and there's also operational costs when you do that. And people don't know which ZK proof systems they want to be using. This has converged quite a bit with some ZK VMs that have become really popular, but certainly like 3 years ago, there were a lot more diversity. I think we're going to see it. I think still the end game for every rollup out there will be ZK over optimistic. I don't know that for a fact, but I have a suspicion that the interop will start to outweigh some of the other downsides of not adopting ZK, so I think it'll all just happen. But people want to trust the systems. A lot of the ZK systems are new. They're very complex. There's probably a bug in one or all of them because it's a very complicated piece of software. And if you're a big chain, you maybe don't trust it yet. And if someone can forge a proof that can attack your canonical bridge, it stops being the most secure option that Christoph was saying. It becomes a real liability. And people want to grow, but they don't want to do it super, super quickly. They want to do it quickly, but not super quickly.
Yeah, I agree. So, like, first of all, it's hard to build ZK systems, and also like something that we got used to the fact that ZK is already so advanced. But like, if you ask anybody 3 years ago, where will we be today? Nobody would have even tried to predict that we'll be here so fast. So it happened kind of like it took us by surprise that we advanced so fast in ZK technology. So it still needs some time to be adopted. I absolutely agree that like ZK is the end game, and also like the instant settlement is the end game, but it's super hard. Like instant settlement is not something that is easy to obtain. The T+1, T+2 settlement in TradFi exists for a reason. It's not like that. It's technically not possible to do instant settlement in traditional financial rails. Like those delays are there for a reason, so that if something goes wrong, there is this window of opportunity where you can step in and like halt something or like reverse transactions. So the technology is not enough. We need to figure out like how to solve those operational issues as well, and mostly like the ZK benefits show up at scale. Like if you do not have enough scale for your system, ZK can prove to be super expensive and cumbersome. You need a certain scale to see the network effects and network benefits of using ZK. So it will take us some time to get there, but like we are going much faster than we anticipated 3 or like 5 years ago. It was like we completely did not foresee advancements going so fast. And like 3 years ago, we were seeing already progress, but like it took us by surprise that we are already thinking about moving straight away to ZK. We weren't thinking about it 2 years ago. So it just needs to take some time.
Okay. Well, if you have do you have a question? Okay, I'll give you a minute.
Yeah, super simple question, and thanks for the heated discussion. I loved it. Super simple question is the time horizon you're referring to. It's moving much faster, but where do you see this end game coming to fruition? Not only ZK, but maybe a bit earlier in Trop that Vitalik promised natively.
I actually don't know. Like I'm more pessimistic than optimistic about it for all the reasons that I mentioned here, mostly because and so far incentives are just not aligned with the end user, and they're more aligned with the VCs and with people that are launching new unnecessary scaling solutions. Many of them are good, but most of them are not necessary. So for the next 5 years, I don't think that much is actually gonna change. But if we're looking at history and what Christoph mentioned, there are probably gonna be there's gonna be a concentration, and there's gonna be a few big winners like Android and iOS, and I do expect that to happen, but over many years.
Yeah, I thought like in this case, I totally agree. Like incentives are misaligned there. Like there are those projects that invested a lot in securing their mode of liquidity, and they need to they need to make their money back before they will push on the innovation. And also, like it would be crazy to really give predictions. Like I think that your 5-year timeline, if I remember where were we 5 years ago, then it seems that we should be able to advance in 5 years to be there already. But so anything between 1 and 5 years would be my prediction. But anything more precise is like crazy to give prediction.
Thank you.
I mean, I think like they'd be more than happy to continue the conversation like at lunch right now. So I want to ask you to like give me a round of applause and thank you for being with us today and answering all these questions from the audience. We are gonna go for lunch and we're gonna be back here at 2:30.
they'll give you a mic. Yeah. Yeah, decent. I woke up a lot earlier than I wanted to. I think it's because they're skylights and there's nothing covering them. Yeah. And it's cold. I haven't figured out how to, like, I think I have to ask them to turn on the heat. Like, because Airbnb. It's a quirky one. It's like, there's like a bunch of weird stuff. I kind of knew what to expect. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to check on things all because I need fucking notes. So should we start? I have an intro in the thing, but yeah.
I have that intro about you. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay, then I will play a jingle, and when it ends, you can start, right? That's okay.
So intimate. Hello. So yeah, you've probably heard this a lot. Don't trust, verify. We still say that, right? Quite a bit. Now, everyone can verify payroll. So yeah, I'm building Armada. Armada is pluggable asset privacy for Ethereum. Yeah, and so my brain. So yeah, okay. Okay, I'm getting confused because I've got the notes on here and then the thing on here. But yeah, there we go. Okay. So yeah, compliance and import is like an important design problem. If we're going to be building for for something that's compatible with the world we actually live in. So yeah, we need to like, I think we need elegant designs to balance these if we're going to achieve meaningful adoption for real organizations. Can we pause it for a minute? Yeah?
What do you need to
Or the live stream, or whatever. The live stream can't. I'm getting kind of confused between these. It's like kind of hard to work with these.
Let me try to fix it. 1 second.
Yeah.
Can you stand further that way?
Yeah.
Maybe you can see the TV screen at the same time without annoying,
Okay, I think that works. Yeah. Okay. You know what? Actually, let's just try like this. Okay, so yeah, like there's the unique value proposition. We have a unique value proposition, right, in this space. There's a reason we're building with this technology. There's like, we have like fast ways of doing things, fast databases and everything, but we decided to go on hard mode, right? And that's because building what we're building with like decentralization, it offers this unique value proposition that you can only really get from our technology, right? In our space, not specifically Armada, but like Ethereum, it's underpinned by the fact that it's neutral, right? You just can't get that from anything else. Everything else has some sort of like somebody else is controlling it, right? So yeah, like I said, we need like elegant designs to balance the needs of the world that we live in, and what we need to achieve meaningful adoption without like sacrificing these unique properties, right? Because there's a reason this tech makes sense, right? It's for people who want the freedom to associate and transact with each other without someone getting in between us. Hell yeah, we want fast, cheap transactions.
but not at the cost of having intermediaries. So disintermediation is literally the point. Just FYI, this monitors turn off. But yeah. But yeah, it's been a struggle for a long time, right? Like, even though this is like, these are our important values. If you're like me, you joined this for the long game, you know, to make long-term bets. And, you know, we're all doing that in different ways, right? Whether you're investing your money, or whether you're investing your time and attention building things. But the short game has been loud and for a long time. And I think, you know, I realized this the other day, it kind of feels like we're standing in the casino with picks and axes and irritated that nobody's buying them from us. So, but there has been some like meaningful adoption, right? Places with monetary or like banking dysfunction, they've been able to use crypto to be able to do like, you know, to get incredible freedom. I've talked to people who've literally experienced this. So that's like important, but like still it's, you know, relative to the economic activity that happens in the world, it's a very small amount of it. You know, as a result, there just aren't really a lot of good asset privacy solutions out there. There are very few actually, even though there is actually some demand. But yeah, overall, just like not a lot of momentum for our space, right? And you know, if you're like me, you've been hearing adoption is near, and personally, I've been hearing this for like 10 years. But you know, what's interesting is that actually it might be true. It might have been kind of near all along. Is that? Oh yeah, I forgot to skip the slide. Yeah, actually, have you heard of Paul Brody? He's Ernst & Young. He's been in the space for a long time. And you know, there's this, you know, he's been interviewed by Bankless, I think it was in 2020. I've got quotes from 2020 here, and at that point, I think you know, those quotes were three years old. And this came from an article that I wrote. This was our privacy thesis back in 2023. This idea that actually like adoption's been near all along, it's just missing privacy. And there's like actually a really good reason for that. And I'm just gonna read this right off here. It's, you know, business contracts are complicated and expensive to track. And since business contracts aren't compatible with the business logic, transactions cost about $100 each and take days to settle. And that's primarily because verification can't be automated. So this is why smart contracts are really attractive, because they can secure this almost instantly and for pennies. You know, and then their business logic is totally programmable and composable across, you know, independent enterprises, which means it's compatible with others as well. So why not, you know, like, why not? Why hasn't it taken off still? Like I said, it's about the privacy that's missing, because, you know, public chains expose counterparties, timing, and relationships. The deals that they negotiate, like enterprises negotiate, are like the most secret information that they have. So no serious org will use crypto rails without privacy. And there's a bit of a, oh wait, shit, I changed the wrong slide. There we go. So yeah, this was a quote from, back from 2020. They want to execute them on neutral, distributed public infrastructure, just like the internet. But yeah, enterprises are very strategic and they want privacy for their transactions. So that's something they won't compromise on. Even though you got that 10x, 100x improvement, that's enough for switching costs, but it's not enough if you're gonna give up like that really important strategic information. But yeah, I think things are changing now. You know, there's some startling statistics about stablecoin usage. It's really going up and it's really going up fast. And you know, I think that's because they want neutrality. And this is the thing that Ethereum offers. You know, we've seen a lot of traction for Solana, but I think Solana thrived under conditions that the short game conditions, right? A lot of people just betting on tokens and how that value might change without their inherent worth. So yeah, they had a lot of other things to worry about besides, whether it was decentralized, how secure it was, and especially like privacy, right? Whether you're exposed on chain, it doesn't really matter if your token's going to go to 0 in like the next 10 minutes. So, I think things are changing now. Like, I think that the value of the underlying infrastructure, the neutrality of it, is actually really important for institutions, and that's because like institutions have a huge burden as money transmitters. They have all these compliance regulations, and it's really expensive. I've heard it's actually their biggest expense. It's paying people to handle compliance. And that'd be good, I guess, in a sense, because it's a moat. Not just anyone can jump into the game because they have to handle the compliance costs. But I think at this point, it's apparent that the costs are outweighing the value of the moat. So, because the costs keep increasing, and why is it so expensive, right? And that's because compliance is always changing and it's context dependent. So it's hard to like make a system and then have to keep changing it all the time, especially if you're a big company. So nobody really wants to own that. No one wants that burden. And if you use public decentralized infrastructure, then that's what you're using to transmit the money now. So it kind of shifts that burden. But yeah, I think that's also why if you try to put that compliance into the privacy primitive itself, I think that's why it'll fail at scale. It just doesn't really make sense because everyone has different compliance needs, and they're always changing. And so how you keep up with that at the primitive, I don't think it's gonna work. You have like fragmentation, right? Because you can't have a policy, like a compliance policy for each shielded pool. It's hard enough to get the right amount of usage for one shielded pool, let alone one for each policy. So you end up with this fragmentation, these small pools, right, that just really offer weak privacy. And so that also leads to weak network effects. People aren't going to use them, and then that leads to even worse privacy. So I think they can't get what they need to take off. So you end up with like probably one pool if you have it at the pool level. So yeah, we've seen this. We've seen, and maybe instead of calling it compliance, like as a policy, maybe we should think of this as discretion, because somebody's got to decide, right? Like who gets privacy and who doesn't, and like everything around it. Who gets to participate? And if you have that discretion, like right inside the primitive, like I said, it's just it's too rigid. It's fragile. Things change on the outside, but you've got a protocol that's not updating, so it doesn't actually handle what your needs are. One of the reactions is to have gatekeepers, right? It's a pretty typical sort of solution, right? We've got a problem, we're not sure how to deal with it, well, we'll just give someone some sort of special power. So, somebody gets to decide whether you get privacy or not and whether you keep it. And then you can also put it at the edges, which I think it makes a lot more sense. That's what we've done. We think it should be up to the people who are offering the service or created the application to decide, what customers they want to serve and how they want to serve them. But yeah, knowing where the gatekeeper is really important. We see this with the key management stuff, like in other ways, like where your funds themselves are at risk, but I think we need to see this as well for your privacy. When your privacy is at risk from a gateholder, like I think that like it makes sense for L2B, DeFi Llama, like these sorts of organizations. Web3 Privacy Now has a great explorer, but yeah, for them to track this sort of thing as well. So yeah, we need it for privacy protocols and services. So yeah, we've got this like reflexive fix. I mentioned this. I'm gonna move on. Yeah, but anyway, it makes people feel comfortable, right? Because somebody's in charge now. It's not a problem because somebody else will take care of it. So yeah, when we think about this discretion, think about it like it can be in maybe two different ways. You can have it as a set of rules, or you can have it as a gatekeeper. So when you go to use a privacy system, or like maybe any system, like who can deny or revoke the thing you're there for, privacy in this case. And then also like if you're an integrator, can they operate if they don't have the power to do that? So yeah, if privacy can be denied or revoked, then it's in the architecture, and that's like a really important distinction, because yeah. Well, let's go to the next stage, because it's a tax, right, on neutrality, which is literally the point. We're here for disintermediation, right? And if you have a gatekeeper, they become a target for censors, for regulators, for capture, basically. A lot of pressure on that. And whether they give into that pressure and it affects your users or the service you're providing, or whether the pressure is just too much and then they stop providing the service, like it causes these downstream effects that you can't really predict as an integrator. So it's really hard to build on this sort of thing. And it's just, very familiar like with the custody problem, right? It's the same problem. It's just whether or not you get like the gatekeeper for privacy instead of like custody over your privacy instead of custody over your assets. So we all know this because disintermediation is literally the point. And you probably also recognize this as well. In the earlier days of Ethereum, we talked a lot about the scalability trilemma, where you can only kind of pick two, and there's always this tension, right? And I think we see this same kind of tension in privacy design. I think it's also interesting because, like, as a reaction to something like Tornado Cash, right, where we say, oh shit, like we don't want that to happen, and then we put like an intermediary in because there's this idea. I've heard this idea circulating. I should have the freedom with who to associate and disassociate from, right? But like we all use Ethereum, and like Ethereum hosts all kinds of stolen funds, and I don't hear anybody calling out, forking out Lazarus or forking Ethereum, right? Because I don't want to associate with these entities or these people. We don't do that because we know it would degrade the value of the thing. It would degrade the very the properties of and the value of the thing that we actually want, right? Ethereum, there's like a lot more wanted activity than unwanted activity, and I think that we need the same thing for like privacy protocols, like asset privacy services. So yeah, again, there's always that temptation to to solve like abuse with an intermediary, like a trusted actor, and broad discretion. And it feels like maybe it's the responsible thing to do in the short term. But if the thing we're building is valuable because it's neutral, we shouldn't destroy the property that makes Ethereum socially valuable to prevent any, every misuse of that infrastructure. And it's the same thing with privacy technology. It defeats the point of building it, right? And disintermediation is literally the point. So yeah, with what we're doing with Armada, the goal is for it to be like, boring by design, good for normal use, bad for abnormal use, right? So we use like we'll use like rules based, and what we do is, at the application layer, we can shape behavior, right? And we can also attract the kind of use that's normal. So I think if we design not just for attracting, regular payment activity, You know, there's a big difference between paying out 10K and, you know, trying to move $30 million out through it. I mean, actually, that was Tornado Cash's probably biggest flaw, and it was totally understandable because at the time, like the Tornado Cash has like buckets, like for amounts for deposit and withdrawal. So there's like 0.1, 1 ETH, 10 ETH, 100 ETH, and at the time, 100 ETH wasn't worth a terrible lot, so it made sense that they had that as a bucket. But then ETH increased in price substantially, and so then it made it easier to move large amounts of money using ETH through it, right? So yeah, if we, you know, you don't have to control that at the protocol level. You could do that at the application level because vast majority of your traffic is going to be using these front ends. So that's a way that you can shape the activity. So it's not just controlling the size of the payments at the application level that come out, the withdrawals. You can also have amounts for the amounts going in. So that's one way of shaping it, and then the other way is by who's using it. So attracting the kinds of integrations that this sort of thing is, like that it's normal to pay, like normal activity, right? And so like if it's socially valuable, then it'll become part of society, and then it's just too damaging to destroy it. You don't want to pull it out because like you find other solutions, right? Just like we don't fork Ethereum. But like, you know, if the primary like value that you do is to move stolen funds, then like, yeah, it makes sense that everybody calls for the end of it, right? So yeah, neutral tools give us more power as individuals, freedom from intermediaries in our relationships, freedom to transact and associate without needing permission. And if we design for that kind of adoption that society wants, then our tools will become part of our society, and without sacrificing neutrality. And yeah, that's what we're focused on with Armada. Oh, fuck, I haven't been changing slides. All right, cool. So yeah, that's what we're focused on with Armada. You know, if you're running a company that needs to do shielded payments, that wants operational privacy, selective disclosure without a gatekeeper, yeah, find me, talk to me. We'd love to learn more about what you need to integrate. Thanks.
Do we have any questions? Okay, I'm going to be last then.
Great presentation. Thanks, Gavin. I guess I'm curious if you think about the long-term roadmap for Ethereum's core protocol development, if there is an end game where some kind of privacy is embedded in the core protocol, I guess how do you as an app developer see the distinctions between the privacy that's needed at the protocol level versus at the app level? Perhaps at one point they converge, but in the meantime, like, do you see like a big distinction there? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, first of all, the first thing that comes to mind is that something like Armada, it makes sense for it to have a lifespan because, you know, I think if I recall correctly from your presentation, it's about like 5 years away, maybe, having that, like, that.
2 to 4. Don't quote me on it.
2 to 4. Okay, it's ambitious. I think it's going to be a while, but I think that it makes sense for protocols. I mean, actually, this is my talk from ETHCluj, but like I think protocols should be able to die, right? And we should have success and failure conditions, and to be able to kind of move forward from that. So I fully expect like Armada to at least this version of Armada to die at some point. We're using Railgun's ZK system. It's not quantum resistant, so we know that from the outside. Like people integrating will know that, and I would love to see this at the base layer. And I think that, I think at the base layer we'll see a lot of adoption, and I think it'll see enough of the right adoption to be that it'll be the same thing as like the problem that I said with Ethereum, where there was a time where it made sense for people to question, should we be forking, right? Like I was around during the time that Ethereum forked, and there was ETH and ETH Classic. But I think Ethereum's matured to a point where it's doing enough good that it's not worth, it's not worth compromising, and it's justified. And I think we'll see the same thing with Ethereum with an enshrined shielded pool. Does that answer your question?
It definitely does. Thank you.
Cool.
Is there anybody else that has a question?
Hey, great presentation, thank you. So you talking about like to shape in user behavior to not attracting for malicious actor to the protocol. So what? If I understood correctly, for instance, if I need to like to buy the tickets for the conference, it just like be a small discrete amount, and it's not like. So it's like we'll see, will be looked like for normal use. Yeah, and so my question is, what if there is a big player which like need to make a big transfer, like a big amount of money, and it's like would be look like unnormal. So how we could achieve this and like to not attract, this is like malicious behavior?
Yeah, it's a great question. Like at the edges of the normal distribution of the privacy that we're offering, I think it'll take time. I think it'll expand over time, that distribution, at least the larger transaction size. I think there has, like I said, it's always that balance between, or that relationship between how much of the activity is like normal activity and how much of it is abnormal. And so like you basically, like if you want to move $1 million, you're like, Armada's not the place for you. At least not now. And maybe there's a time where we just like, as this develops, as the business and the markets develop for this sort of thing and the need expands, there will be participants who regularly make $1 million transfers, and then it will make sense, right? But you will have unwanted behaviors, and so I think it's really important that ratio is very high to make it worthwhile. Does that make sense? Cool.
Okay, I do have a final question for you. I have heard of Armada before, so good job, I guess. Not I guess, good job. I want to ask you, like, how do we make more people like care about privacy? Because I've seen, probably like Web3 Privacy, they had like an installation in Buenos Aires, and I was there with them at the stand, and we were showing people like all this TNC and all this privacy stuff that they're giving away, and people were like, wow, but I don't care, because I want this to work. So I'm not so sure like if your mission is also like to make people more aware of that, but if it is part of your mission, like how do you tackle that?
I mean, it's not, because really my mission is to make it work. I think that's really, that is the way to go. Like that's why this, the shaping the behavior, this we're calling it activity shaping. It's not just about keeping unwanted activity out. It provides like a lot more privacy strength for normal use. You can't see what's happening in the box, but you can see what happened with box. We can't protect people at the margins when they're coming in or going out without without a lot of similar activity. So right now, protocols don't have a lot of that activity. So you have to sit and you have to wait until there's enough activity to be able to kind of withdraw at the right time. So we want minimal disruption to the user experience, which means driving that activity, getting that crowd going, so you don't have to wait for long periods of time. So the people who do want it will use it. But when it comes to like just general advocacy, it's hard because privacy is very personal. Like at the individual level, privacy is very personal. So like what it is that you want to share and not share varies. So it can be like challenging. I like the idea of making it fun. You know, like privacy is important for surprise birthdays, for like presents, for games like poker, for flirting, right? I think that there's a fun approach instead of this post-apocalyptic stuff or whatever that that tends to go along with the privacy branding.
I mean, in my understanding, like that's what the EU wanted to do with like all this like protection of data, but in my opinion, it's not really happening everywhere. Like I still say like, oh, I don't want this or I want this, and I'm still getting like my email or my phone number like leaked somewhere, and I get like Carrefour sends me messages. I'm like, why do you have my phone number, right? So for me, this is like a way to like, this is privacy, and like this is like, I think the more I'm in the space, the more I'm interested in it. So I guess that's one of the reasons. But I wanted to see like, why do you think it's going to take so long for us to develop like a space that is more private, let's say, with our data?
It's because there's so many places it can leak. It's just very difficult to be able to. It's not just part of it's the user experience in general, but like it's also just that we can't help but make patterns, and it's just going to get harder because, I mean, before there was a certain amount of anonymity that came from being in like giant swaths of data, like it's hard to sift through it and make sense of it. But now that we have a lot more automation around sense making, I think that will start to get people's attention at the individual level as you start to see like violations, whether it's because you can act on the information more readily now with like AI technology, but also because the edge, like for anyone competing to train the best AI, they're like, it's not just compute, it's access to data. And so they're like, I think that companies are going to be trying to get our data in pretty sketchy ways. And I think that's going to, finally, there will be a line that's crossed, right?
Let's get him off with a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thanks for hosting. Thanks for listening.
See, I got a bit emotional at the end. I want to welcome on stage right now Cheeky Gorilla. He is going to talk about maintaining Ethereum's future, which is a very important topic for the Ethereum ecosystem. And he's a core contributor at Guild Protocol, and I want to welcome him on stage.
All right. Hello, everyone. Full house. Fantastic. Thank you all so much for coming. Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Thank you, Simona, wherever you are, working hard, for inviting me. Thank you to everyone at ETHCluj. It's been a real blast so far. So happy to be here. Yeah, I'm Cheeky Gorilla. You can call me Cheeky. I work on a little something called Protocol Guild. It's a nonprofit organization that is dedicated to funding Ethereum's talented core protocol contributors. And my talk today is called Maintaining Ethereum's Future. Now, if you're getting a sense of deja vu, that might be because you saw any of my presentations last year, which had the exact same title. But don't worry, if you did see my presentations last year, this is in fact a brand new presentation, but I am going to start off in more or less the same way. Clickety-click, boom. So what do we have here? This is Ethereum's core protocol development roadmap at the start of 2024 that was shared by Vitalik Buterin. Know him? And it was really cool because it was basically the first time that we had this roadmap in like a visual format, but even cooler than that is that it used rhyming to compartmentalize the roadmap. And so you had the merge, the surge, the scourge, the verge, the purge, and the splurge. And, you know, rhyming is obviously awesome, but at the time of my presentations last year, I did also argue that those words are gibberish. right? They don't actually mean anything to anyone. And so I spent the rest of my presentations last year basically breaking down the roadmap in a non-technical, layman-friendly way so that my dear audience could understand. Now, interestingly enough, since then, it seems that some people agreed with me, that we can, in fact, do better than this very complicated flowchart. And so I'm very, very pleased and excited to share with you the new and improved, updated Ethereum Core Protocol development roadmap for 2026 and beyond. Bam! Lovely, right? Yeah. So this got rid of the rhyming, so there's no more rhyming, but there are some other cool stuff. It basically breaks down the categories into these, well, technical categories. It anchors on the planned forks in the future, so we got, what do we got there? Glamsterdam, Hagoda, I, J, K, L, and M forks. So, yeah, pretty sweet, pretty sweet. I know what you're thinking. This is all still pretty confusing, isn't it? But that's exactly why I'm back. I'm going to break down this new roadmap for you in a non-technical, layman-friendly way. So let's talk about what you can expect from Ethereum's core protocol development in the short, medium, and long term. But first, let's talk a little bit about where we are today, because things do move very quickly. So let's get you caught up to speed. 2025 was a huge, huge year for Ethereum's core protocol development. It was a very hard bar to meet, I would say. 2 upgrades were shipped, starting with Pectra in the first half of the year. Pectra was a smorgasbord of different features for so many different actors in the space. It doubled the amount of blobs on the network. If you don't know what blobs are, they are basically like blocks, but specifically for layer 2s. And so by doubling the amount of blobs, obviously that allows for more transactions on these layer 2s, and in theory also to be more cheap. There were also some awesome UX upgrades, including giving Ethereum wallets the ability to do cool things like batch transactions or pay for transactions in another token other than ETH, or even getting someone else to pay for the transaction for you. There was some sweet stuff for validators. So the deposit cap per validator was bumped from 32 ETH to 2048 ETH to reduce the network overhead on Ethereum. And also there was this consolidation feature that was shipped, which basically allowed validators the rewards that they were earning to be reinvested back into their validator. So that was the first half of the year. They weren't done there. They next shipped Fusaka in the second half of the year, and Fusaka was also a very big upgrade, but it had basically one big focus, which was shipping something called PeerDAS. And PeerDAS is interesting because, remember those blobs that we talked about? It basically allowed the nodes that run the network to only store a fraction of this blob data while still allowing that data to be fully reproducible across all the different nodes, which is super cool because it essentially reduced bandwidth requirements per blob, which thus enabled huge scalability increases, again, for these layer 2s. So yeah, in a nutshell, 2025, the goals for it were to scale the layer 1s, scale the layer 2s, and to improve UX. And if you ask me, they exceeded all expectations. And of course, it was Ethereum's 10-year anniversary, and it celebrated a very, very special milestone alongside that, which was 0 downtime. Indeed, indeed. But that was 2025. Let's move on to this year. The core devs, they took the opportunity to rethink their priorities for this year. And so here are the 3 priorities for the year. Number 1, scale. Number 2, improve UX. And number 3, harden the layer 1. Scale basically encapsulates L1 and L2. Scaling, improve UX is self-explanatory, hopefully. But number 3, harden the layer 1. That one is worth double-clicking on just to make sure that you are all aware of what it means. And it basically means that if we want to keep Ethereum's 100% uptime, then we need to do really important things like making sure that Ethereum has the necessary testing infrastructure in place to make sure that no bad things hit mainnet, right? Especially now in the age of AI exploitation, we really need to make sure that things are tested, that they're as bulletproof as possible before hitting mainnet. Obviously, it also means going post-quantum as fast as reasonably possible because the
quantum age is upon us, apparently. It also means making sure that censorship resistance, or rather that censorship is not something that can happen on Ethereum L1, because obviously censorship is not very credibly neutral. All right, so that's today. Now you're all caught up. So let's talk about the short term, what you can expect from Ethereum's core protocol development in the next 6 months. And that's something cool called Glamsterdam, which is by far the coolest upgrade name we've ever had. We were hoping for this to ship in the first half of this year. That's been pushed a little bit. My best guess right now is September, but don't quote me on that. So let's unpack what's in Glamsterdam. There are 2 headliners in Glamsterdam. The first is something called Enshrined Proposer Builder Separation, quite a mouthful. Let's call it EPBS instead. And to explain this very, very simply, so every 12 seconds, another block full of transactions is added to Ethereum's blockchain. And it is the job of these so-called validators to basically propose these blocks. But the truth is that nowadays, most validators, they aren't actually producing these blocks themselves. Instead, they're using these third-party block builders who are specialized in selecting and ordering transactions in a block in such a way that they pay the highest reward to validators. This reward is then split with the block builder, and so what it means is that all of the validators have an economic incentive to use these third-party block builders. Now, in principle, that's fine. We should expect all of Ethereum stakeholders to act in their own economic self-interest. But the fact that this is happening off-chain is not so good, right? Ethereum is about disintermediating trust, and unfortunately, that's not happening in this case, right? Enter EPBS, which enshrines everything that I just mentioned into the core protocol. So it removes those trust assumptions. It removes this dependency on third-party software. But there's also another really, really cool benefit, which is that given the opportunity to kind of like rewire Ethereum's plumbing in this way, we can actually unlock huge scalability increases by changing some things, for example, the timing that's allocated for certain parts of the block production pipeline. And so as of, what week are we in? As of last week, because of EPBS, the core devs are talking about increasing Ethereum's gas limit from 60 million to 200 million. And if gas limit means nothing to you, don't worry about it. Just think about the percentage increase, and it's pretty beefy. But that's the first headliner, EPBS. Let's talk about the second headliner, which is something beautiful called block-level access lists, another mouthful. Like EPBS, this one also optimizes the inner guts of Ethereum. Basically, today, validators, when they're verifying each block, they basically have to go through and process each transaction sequentially, one by one, super slow, super inefficient. Block-level access lists introduces parallelization, so they can obviously call data for different transactions in tandem, basically doing the job that they were doing before quicker, more efficiently, which is fantastic. Now, apart from those 2 headliners, there are also going to be some smaller features that will be included in the upgrade, and the final decision for which of these smaller upgrades will be included is actually, that discussion is still happening, so it's not 100% final yet. So I'm not going to dive into what I think will be included. However, these 4, I think, are a pretty safe bet, so if you are interested, you can go check those out. With all that being said, we can move on to the medium term, what you can expect from Ethereum's core protocol development in the next, let's call it 12 months. And that's something called Hegota, which is the next upgrade after Glamsterdam. Now, obviously, if Glamsterdam hasn't been fully scoped yet, you're probably not surprised to hear that neither is Glamsterdam. Wait, did I mix those up? The reverse of what I just said. If Glamsterdam hasn't been scoped yet, you're probably not surprised to hear that Hegota, that neither is Hegota. But we do know what will be the headliner for Hegota, which is fork choice enforced inclusion lists, or fossil. What is fossil? Well, the hint for what is fossil is in the name at the end there, inclusion lists, which is essentially a list of valid transactions that have to be included in the next block. And this is a lovely thing because it obviously improves Ethereum's censorship resistance. It gives better inclusion guarantees to its users, and of course, it strengthens Ethereum's position as the most credibly neutral blockchain. I'm very excited for this. A lot of people have been waiting for this for a long time, so it's going to be an awesome upgrade for Ethereum. But it's also a very, very beefy thing by itself. It touches both layers of the protocol, so there will only be one headliner for Hegota. As before, there are, of course, going to be smaller upgrades as part of Hegota, depending on how big a lift Fossil ends up being. Again, here's my best guess of the things that I think could be included, and I'm not going to go into all of them except for one, which is the one at the very bottom there, optional proofs. And optional proofs is very exciting because it's a very important part towards the snarkification of Ethereum. And what that means basically is that instead of validators basically recomputing every single transaction in a block to confirm that it's valid, they get a proof that confirms that the block is valid. And verifying this proof is super easy. It can be done on the, the node that you hopefully run from home. It can even be done on your smartwatch, right? And so this proof is a zero-knowledge proof, or a ZK proof, or a ZK snark, hence snarkification. And in a nutshell, snarkification means that we can have absolutely enormous blocks on Ethereum layer 1, which are still very easy to be verified by node runners at home. And including these proofs in protocol as an optional thing is obviously the first step towards enshrining them as a mandatory thing, which will unlock huge, huge, huge scalability increases. We'll talk about that later for Ethereum. But that's obviously a little bit in the long term. Speaking of which, that covers the medium term. Let's talk about the long term. So the next 2 to 4 years, don't quote me on that. We're talking about the I, J, K, L, and M upgrades. They don't have a name yet, but we refer to them in alphabetical order there. Here is a list of very delicious things that are being considered for those upgrades, but obviously, they're not right around the corner. We're talking about a few years here, so many of these things are still very much in the research phase, trying to figure out what are the best things that can be included in these upgrades. And so I'm not going to dive into every single one of these. Instead, what we can do is take a step back and basically zoom out and look at what is the end game for Ethereum's core protocol development, and that is fast layer 1, gigagas layer 1, teragas layer 2, post-quantum layer 1, and private layer 1. What does all that mean? It means very simply transactions being included and confirmed in seconds. It means 10,000 transactions per second on Ethereum mainnet. It means 10 million transactions per second on layer 2. It means going post-quantum, obviously, and it means privacy as a first-class citizen. Now, what's not included on this slide, but it's a very important part of Ethereum's endgame, is what happens afterwards, which is maintenance mode. Some people refer to that as ossification, but it basically means that Ethereum is done. You no longer need me to explain to you all the amazing upgrades that we have planned. And so still, Ethereum is built to last for centuries. And so a degree of maintenance will, of course, always be required, hence maintenance mode. Now, perhaps you're thinking, last year I gave a talk on the core protocol development roadmap. This year I have a different roadmap. Like, when am I going to come and try to explain an entirely different roadmap? And, fair enough. But what we can do is actually, we can look at my presentation from ETHCluj last year, that long-term slide. Here's a screenshot. That's me. Hello. And we can basically compare them side by side to see what's changed for the long term, for the end game, basically, for Ethereum's core protocol development. And not much, basically. You can see here that snarkification was a very big word that I had in the slide last year. And it's only something that I've verbally mentioned this time. And the reason for that is very simple. Snarkification is another classic Ethereum gibberish word that means nothing to nobody, right? Except if you're deeply in the space. And so it makes more sense to anchor to more reasonable words, which is what I've tried to do this year. But apart from that, there's only really one difference between these two slides, and that one thing is privacy as a first-class citizen. Now, unfortunately, talking about privacy is out of scope for this presentation. I won't have enough time. If you're interested in this, look at Gavin's presentation, who was right before me. I believe Mike from Privacy Pools is presenting right after me, so look at that presentation if you want more about this. I love privacy on the layer 1. I'm very excited for this, but I'm going to move on very quickly to acknowledge the fact that I know at the start of the presentation, I joked about how we're moving from one complicated flowchart to another complicated flowchart, but I really do want to stress that those roadmaps don't take us down different paths. We do know where we want to go. We've known it for a while. However, the implementation details of how to get there, that's still being worked out. And I mean, quite frankly, considering that we're operating at the bleeding edge of technology, I do think that's fair enough. But, oh right, and if you go to the ethereum.org website, they actually have a fantastic quote about this, which I'm going to read out. Think of Ethereum's roadmap as a set of intentions for improving Ethereum. It is the core researchers and developers' best hypothesis of Ethereum's most optimal path forward. And now that you are all, well, hopefully, layman, non-technical experts on the roadmap, we can very quickly cover one last topic, which is, who are these core researchers and developers, right? And how important are they to executing the roadmap? Well, it turns out answering that first question about who they are is very easy, because it's my full-time job to figure out who Ethereum's active core protocol contributors are. So bam, there they are, doxed. Just kidding, some of their pseudonyms are there as well. 187 individuals, people from all over the world who are working on building and maintaining Ethereum's core protocol. And if you're wondering, do they all work at the EF? The answer is unequivocally no. We've identified 11 different independent institutions with maybe 30 different projects or teams between them, all of whom are contributing to Ethereum's core protocol. And this is all thanks to Ethereum's multi-client philosophy, which enables all sorts of different stakeholders to take part in building the core protocol. So, going back to the second question, how important are these individuals to the roadmap? You're probably not surprised to hear that I would argue that they are the single most important factor to successfully executing this roadmap. Yes, there might still be some regulatory uncertainty. Yes, there's a looming threat of World War III and some kind of AI apocalypse, but barring those things, these core developers are absolutely foundational to getting the ecosystem, to getting Ethereum's ecosystem to where it wants to go. But this brings me to why I've reused the same title for my slides as last year, because now you have a clear understanding of what Ethereum is building towards, what its future is. But here's the cold hard truth that unfortunately that future is at risk if we cannot onboard and retain Ethereum's talented core protocol contributors. And there are some red flags. We surveyed Ethereum's core devs last year, and we found that that we know of, at least 40% of them had a job offer in the last 12 months. And even worse, those job offers offered them 114% pay increase. So said another way, these core protocol contributors are forgoing 50% of their market value to build the foundational infrastructure that we, the ecosystem, depends on. And while it is true that some of these core developers and researchers are values motivated, that is absolutely not something that we should be relying on. Now, the good news is that we do have some necessary initiatives to potentially iron out these incentive misalignments, let's call them. And that initiative is something called the success of this program to date. Shout out to all of the projects who have taken the pledge, which includes EtherDAO, PwnDAO, Tyco, Puffer, Eigenlayer, CurrencyCoin, ShutterDAO, woo, ShutterDAO, Shape, ETH Storage, Aligned, IPMEX, Yodel, and Ascend. And what's not on this slide is that hello? All right. Shit, where was I? Aztec! Welcoming Aztec as the newest pledge taker. And thanks to these generous donors and more, we have distributed over $37 million worth of tokens to Ethereum's core protocol developers since we got started in 2022. And I know that sounds like a lot of money, but when you consider that it's being vested over 4 years, when you consider that there's hundreds of these individuals receiving it, we still need to increase our funding by orders of magnitude to be competitive with the kind of job offers that these individuals are getting in the space. But we are on the right path. Today, 59% of these core devs would say that the funding that they receive from Protocol Guild is either extremely or very important to their decision to continue to work on the protocol. So what we're doing is working, and we do believe that normalizing the 1% pledge is the best chance that we have to create a sustainable and robust funding stream for Ethereum's core protocol development that is backed by the projects. Finish this presentation, I have one ask for you. if you know of a project that is planning a token launch, please ask them to consider taking the Protocol Guild pledge.
So I reckon to identify or to have the list of the 187 people, you looked for PRs that were pushed and accepted in some public repos or whatever. What about the researchers part?
Oh, they're part of it too. Yeah. So I use like developers as a shorthand because I can't keep saying developers and researchers, but there are no developers without the research. Without the research, right? That gives the developers to what they need to implement. So yeah, those are considered as well. Our curation process for identifying these individuals.
Exactly.
Yeah, our curation process is actually self-curation, and what that means is we go around to all of Ethereum's core protocol contributors and we ask them, who are your peers? And this is how we manage this list. Because at the end of the day, like, who knows the best who Ethereum's core devs and researchers are? It's the devs and researchers, right? There aren't so many of them that they don't know each other. They all know each other in one way or another. And so every quarter we go to them and say, hey, is this the accurate list? Who stopped contributing? Let's remove them. Who's started contributing? Let's add them. And so self-curation is how we process this list every quarter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey.
Hello.
How do you just, I don't know if this is public information worthy, but how do you decide how much to pay them?
Yes, excellent question. So we believe in credible neutrality in Ethereum. And we acknowledge that judging people based on their impact is an extremely contentious thing to do, and it is not something that we would ever be able to have consensus on. And for an entity like Protocol Guild, it would increase, and some of the donors, by giving us 1% of their token supply, like, that can be worth millions of dollars, right? And so we want to focus on just nailing one thing. We don't think expanding Protocol Guild's mandate to things that could include, for example, diversifying the talent pool. We don't today have a reasonable way to do that without making other things, without basically hurting other things. For example, it would take away time from fundraising, right? And if we're not fundraising, then this thing kind of implodes by itself. So we would love to see other initiatives out there that help do this kind of thing. I would say that the Ethereum's fellowship program is the closest thing that we have today. I know that Pooja Ranjan, who is a Protocol Guild member, who has been a core contributor to Ethereum's core protocol development for a very long time. She's very active in trying to get more women involved. So there's a lot more that can be done, but just, we need to be conservative about what is the things that Protocol Guild can do with our current resources. If fundraising is no longer an issue because we've established this 1% norm and everyone's donating, then absolutely we could consider doing other things because we're no longer constrained. But for now, we're trying to do one thing well, and we have a long way to go, so that's what we're going to focus on.
Tough market, get it.
Yes.
Well, I want to thank you for the presentation. I think it was pretty entertaining, and I want to farewell him with a round of applause.
Farewell, everyone.
Next up, we have Jan, and if you haven't seen the panel right before this, this morning, I think you should be present for this chat. He is a co-founder of ETHCluj, and he's building next-generation blockchain infrastructure for secure and scalable finance. His expertise spans in DeFi, blockchain architecture, and zero-knowledge proof. And I would like to welcome him with a round of applause, everyone.
Thank you. Let's see if the slides work. Yeah, I hope so. I don't have my laptop, so I assume it's all just good, and I'll just talk based on what I can see and what will hopefully show up on the screen here in just a second. But until then, my name is Jan. I'm a technical lead and co-founder at ETHCluj. ETHCluj's a lot of things. We built a zero-knowledge rollup, and then we decided what else could we do? And one thing we could do is bring institutional finance on-chain through a product that we call Circuit Finance, and that's our focus now. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the technical parts of that, because it's a little bit interesting. I think it's something that might be obvious, but you also might not know how some of these protocols or DeFi apps sort of are built in the modern era, right? You might still be thinking about single chain applications or Uniswap clones or something like this. And so I'm just going to dive into the architecture just a little bit. It's not super technical. You're not going to see like a bunch of function interfaces or Solidity smart code, but just the idea of what we're building. And then a little bit about what the product is, and then we'll be done. So without further ado, what are we trying to build? Well, we want to try to build cross-chain DeFi. If you did see the panel earlier today with the L2 participants that I was on, I like to reference this stat that last year in October, there was about 131 L2s or rollups listed on L2Beat. That's a lot. That means a lot of fragmentation on liquidity. That is not great. But we don't want those chains to necessarily have to do all of their own sort of network effect building or build out their own solutions. Having multiple copies of a single dApp like Uniswap is not an ideal way. And there are ways to solve this that big players in the space are trying to solve. For example, the use of based rollups might remove some of that altogether. But actually at the application layer, which is a little bit more attainable for smaller teams to build out, we can actually also build apps with this in mind. So what do we actually want? Well, we'd ideally like to simplify our lives and have a single vault somewhere because we don't want to be managing rebalancing liquidity or updating multiple things. But we don't want it to be necessarily only accessible from a single chain. In fact, you should be able to deposit and withdraw from it from any set of supported chains that you like. So if you like to have money on Base, put some money in some dApp, that's great. But if you're an Optimism user, you should also be able to access this app. There's no reason not to, right? This is a modern day and age. We can architect this. The challenges that come with that, though, is race conditions if you start to bridge things. So what happens if your shares or your accounting goes out of whack? On one chain, there might be some price action for something. On another chain, there might not be. That gives arbitrage opportunities, and it complicates your life as a developer and confuses you as a user if you see weird yields coming to and from things. And if we can do all of that, if we can solve all the technical problems, which I will argue we can, you want to be able to use this app in ways that are beneficial for the users, namely, take your assets and put it wherever it gets the best funds for the users. You're no longer constrained to the best yield on your chain. You're constrained to the best yield on any of the chains you support, and that's a really nice thing you can do. So why is this hard? This is hard because obviously most rollups don't talk to each other. By default, they have a single bridge to Ethereum. There are bridging solutions out there. You got to pick one. You got to build on it. Doesn't mean it's impossible, but it does add a point of pain. So are you using Chainlink? Are you using Layer 0? Are you using something else? There are things you need to build. And then if you look at the standards to do this, because you don't want to reinvent the wheel, A, because the wheel is very nice, and B, because in this world you have to audit your wheel every time you change something, you want to look at standards, and your common vault standard these days is ERC 4626, which is very popular, it's got a good interface, but it really doesn't have multi-chain support out of the box. Actually, it's just designed for one chain, and so this on its own doesn't do everything. So we can be a little bit clever about how to solve that, and we'll show that soon. And then you just got to worry about bridging itself. Is there latency? Do you need high performance? Do you need low latency? You do need fees, and you do need to know what happens if one of your chain doesn't do something correctly, like a transaction gets dropped or reorged or something. But if you can overcome all of that, this is pretty straightforward, and then it's just an accounting problem. And I will argue that's not so hard if you keep everything on one chain. And how can we do this? Well, how did we do it at Circuit Finance? It was actually pretty straightforward. We just built out a hub and spoke model. So we can take that singular ERC 420 or 4626 vault, and you can put that on a particular chain. It doesn't matter which one. You probably want it to be cheap and fast and reliable so that you're not charging users a lot and they have a pretty good UX. And then what you can do is you can issue shares of this token vault in OFTs or other bridging solutions. We're going to use Layer 0. We just happen to do it. You might be scared of that because of some recent incidents, but if there's no supply chain hacks and everything's configured right, Layer 0 is still a very strong, good technology, so there's no reason to be sort of scared of that on its own. And what we can do is have those shares issued as OFTs, which are omni-chain fungible tokens. And I'll say a little bit more about that near the middle of the talk. And those are tokens that are inherently sort of tied to the layer 0 protocol, and now you can move them to and from different chains. So anywhere that there's a layer 0 endpoint, you can take withdrawals, so you can take deposits or give users withdrawals, no matter where they actually put the money in the first place. So that's pretty straightforward, and it just means we have to build out two parts. The first part is a hub. So this is the vault itself. You just got to put it on a chain somewhere. You're going to be issuing shares in the same manner that you want on any other vault, except this time it's going to be an OFT, as I mentioned. And this will just always be your source of truth. So no matter what happens, you're going to get tokens to and from this vault through the layer 0 bridging app. And whatever this vault says is final, you're just going to treat as final, and everything will reconcile later. And then you can do things like compose if you want. This is a nice interface. It looks like other vaults. You can get some good strategies going, that type of thing. And then every time you want to move assets, use OFTs. And correspondingly, on every chain that you want to have users talk to your app on, you build out just sort of a spoke. And this is essentially just an interface that wraps the OFT into or out of whatever digital assets you care about. So if you want to deposit, you deposit. Your OFT mints some share. Your share eventually gets transmitted back to the hub chain. All of this works wherever you want it, on whichever chain, and that's it. Now you don't need to worry about where the assets actually are coming from, because you're sort of sending it to the main vault anyways. And then you can actually move things between different endpoints anyways, different spokes. Usually you want to do that through the vault itself, because the vault is the single source of truth that we're trying to build out. So you have to maybe swap between A and B through this hub chain. But it's not too bad if the delays between transactions are not too high. So let's go into layer 0 just a little bit, because it is an integral part of this design, and it's one that people may have questions about, especially due to recent incidents. So what is it? Layer 0 is just a bunch of endpoints where you can deploy on multiple chains, and they will define some interfaces where you can establish a digital token in this OFT standard, and the standard will basically let you move things between each other through things called executors, and they will have systems called DVNs, which I'll talk about soon, where you pass messages from one chain to the next. So it's actually pretty straightforward, and if the DVNs are configured correctly, and if you have sufficiently many of them, it's a totally safe and good system. The OFT is where you're actually going to end up using as a user. We're going to abstract all that away from you in the case of Circuit Finance, and most apps probably you don't actually need to tell the user what token standard you're building on, but I wanted to make this a little bit more technical and say this is one of the standards that are out there. In fact, I think one of the reasons this is worth pointing out is that if you look at different bridging protocols, they will all have different token standards. They all look and feel like ERC 721 or ERC 20, depending on the use case, to some extent, but they're not interchangeable out of the box. If you start to commit to a bridging protocol, actually what you're typically doing is also committing to their standard, and they're not really different, but OFTs are not necessarily going to work exactly with Chainlink's CCIT, for example. Are they significantly different? No, but you do need to change your tests, you do need to change your code. And so actually picking one of your standards is somewhat important if you are looking to build out a product. If you're just a user, it doesn't matter, and it's all going to be good. But essentially, once you have one of these tokens on the spokes, you're going to have these OFTs living around, and they will be issued to and from messages with the actual hub chain through something called an OFT adapter. And this is also one of those pieces that changes if you use a different bridging infrastructure. Messages on layer 0 are passed between different chains using something called a DVN. You may have seen some stuff about not only using one of them, so you should have multiple DVNs, and they should be configured in good ways. But this is one nice perk of layer 0, is actually that you have a lot of control. When you're building out a multi-chain app using layer 0, one of the reasons we like using layer 0 is that you get to change who your DVNs are and the thresholds you want for that. So if you make it sufficiently robust and sufficiently diverse, you get a really nice system. If you want something that's quick and trust-centered, you can reduce that, but you do that at your own risk. Again, changes depending on the bridge protocol, but it's still something that's useful. Okay, so let's jump very quickly into the smart contract architecture. I've already sort of said the high-level stuff, and I'm not going to go too much deeper. On the hub chain, what do we want? Well, we want this vault that looks and feels like anything else in DeFi. And for that, we're going to use ERC-4626. It's pretty straightforward. We're going to take assets. We're going to issue you shares. Then you can do whatever you want with the shares. And the assets can be traded back for shares or vice versa at any point. And we can use this as a single source of truth. Right? Critically, what is nice here in this design is if you actually build this vault, on the other hand, the tokens, these OFTs, they obviously need to be very multi-chain. They're going to be moving around different chains. You're going to be trading them in different places. You're going to be accepting funds in different places. So you need to have an OFT that represents these shares, and that's totally fine. But what is really important, if you go down this route, is that you maintain the vault being the single source of truth. So anytime you mint assets or you burn assets that are OFTs on a different chain, on one of these spoke chains, you do want to make sure you've sent messages to and from the hub, and the hub is sort of confirmed or acknowledged that this is happening. So you really want this hub to be the single source of truth. It will simplify your life. It'll mean failure modes go away in a lot of cases, and others are easier to handle. So it's pretty straightforward. And then you have to do a little bit of work to get some of the UX work to be very, very smooth, especially if you want users to be able to withdraw on one chain and deposit on another, or vice versa. Essentially, you can do this if you always go through your central hub, though. That's pretty straightforward. It takes a little bit longer, but it's totally fine. You can skip that if there's certain cases, in particular if you're on the hub chain as a user. So if you choose a good hub chain, that's fine. But then once you do that too, you can also use the OFT endpoints in ways that compose to other assets. So you can actually have strategy managers on each one of your spokes or on the hub chain itself to actually put money to where we want it to go. So this means as a dApp developer, you can provide yield to your users on any one of the chains that you support. That's really nice. That's really convenient because it means if you have a good opportunity on Base that doesn't exist in Optimism, you can still get some of the money from Base and put it into Optimism or vice versa, or any of the other OFT-supported networks that you build on. So this is actually a critical part. And this sounds fairly straightforward and fairly obvious, but I think this is some sort of design that actually wasn't possible until we saw Interop come alive in the last couple of, let's say, years, right? It's been a bridging revolution to some extent. All right, so I won't bore with some of the other stuff I talked about. The capital allocation, I think I already spoke a little bit about. You can do stuff when your vaults look and feel like the ones that are out there anyways. 4626 is used by Morpho. So when you start to think about integrations and putting capital into some of these positions, if you know how to code with your hub vault, you can do this pretty straightforward. All the interfaces are there, but you can also do other things. Of course, you can always do other things. So you can do things like that. And I will skip some of that, but essentially anytime you want to deploy capital, you put it on the right chain, you put the stuff in the shares, you make sure the hub is always keeping track of it, and then to reverse it, or to withdraw, you reverse it. And so why am I telling you all of that? Not just because I think it's an interesting design that someone should go out and build. I give this talk sometimes at a hackathon where I do want to see if people understand if it's difficult or if there's some nuance, but also because we built it out into a product. And I didn't want to spend 20 minutes up here shilling a product, but I do want to say that actually we built this design to get you yield on multiple chains. Circuit was very involved in a bunch of chains, and so we wanted to make a cross-chain solution so that we didn't have to necessarily get people onto a single chain to do it. And we built out Circuit Finance. And so Circuit Finance is a place where you can deposit funds and you can earn yield on stablecoins, USDC and USDT. And I'll give you a quick rundown of the stats. We're targeting 8 to 11%, which we think is very competitive. This is going to be better, I think, than most pools on Aave or Morpho because they're not over-collateralized loans. We generate yields by giving funds to asset managers. So asset managers that we work with actually will generate yield in however ways that they want. Generally, they're institutional partners. There's a logo wall coming up. If you don't know who I'm talking about, I will say some soon. But essentially, we work with these partners, and they do yield and good things. There's a small performance fee, but you don't have to deposit anything big, right? So actually, what we want to do is provide institutional capital without a minimum lockup period or a minimum deposit size. In this case, there is a bit of a withdrawal time in some cases if the asset manager has put your funds into a system that it needs some time to recover funds from. But that's why we can also talk to apps like Morpho or Aave to have quick liquidity. And we can build on any layer 0 chain we want. Currently, we're live on Base on Ethereum just because we had to start somewhere. And as the system grows and gains adoption, we'll add more chains. So what do we actually do? Well, the funds are deposited, and then they're exchanged for shares of basically funds managed and operated by people like Monarch, Fortius. We just announced Wisdom Tree 2 days ago. I think it was 2 days ago. So essentially, we get yield for you and your USDC and USDT from sources that don't normally exist on chain. So we're actually bringing institutional capital on chain for you. We're not necessarily going into DeFi native primitives, which means this is a lot more safe in a lot of ways because you don't have weird looping. You don't have a lot of technical lift where you can introduce technical risk. Of course, there's smart contracts. They have been audited, all of that. But it's a fairly straightforward system. So in short, though, the whole idea of the talk was you can put two things together, namely ERC-4626, which is, I think, something that we don't talk about enough, even though a lot of people in DeFi, which is still the biggest use case in Ethereum and the ecosystem, is running on. I haven't seen a talk about 4626 in a while. Maybe I missed one today. If I did, I apologize. But I think people should know what it is because just like ERC-20, it's everywhere. And trying to figure out why this is useful, how it's used is nice. But then also OFTs and layer 0. I don't work for layer 0, so I didn't want to necessarily just shill it. But it is a really good technology, and despite, again, maybe some issues that some people have had with it, it is still a solid bridging technology, and there are still ways you can make it do really cool stuff, even if these designs don't seem very technical. In fact, I would argue that simpler solutions are better in a lot of ways because it makes it easier for you to check everything. And then we can actually build it in a product. We did. You get 8 to 11%, like I said, on stables. Check it out. It's live now. You can put money in now. If you have any questions, feel free to reach me at one of these. Jay Gorsney is Telegram or Twitter. And I guess I'm a little under time, so I have time for questions. Thank you.
Thanks for a great presentation. Super simple question. Where does this 8 to 11 come from?
Yeah, so the asset managers generate the yield, and we pass that back to you minus the performance fee. So the doc should say some of the actual funds that are tokenized and that you have access to. Essentially, they're delta neutral funds that trade on some asset value, and they pass that back to you. So they're targeting X% that's over 8, ideally at least 8. They gave us 8. We give that back to you.
Do we have any more questions?
Hey, very nice presentation. Curious, in light of the recent layer 0 incident, how many DVM agents do you have?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're getting a lot of questions about this on our bug bounty program. I think we have it currently set to 3 or 5, and I'd have to double check what it currently is.
More than one.
But it's more than one, and it's a diverse set. And yeah, the intent there is to make sure that the supply chain attacks that happen to like the Kelp DAO incident aren't a problem for us, nor should they be for anyone else on layer 0. I do think that was a very interesting attack. I'm a security researcher by trade. I've got a little time, so I'll ramble. I do think it was a very interesting attack, but I hope it shows two things. First, that trusting these assumptions, so when you see things like, oh, you can configure to do whatever you want, users should be aware of what that means and ask questions like, what is the actual assumption that is used in this protocol if it's configurable? And second, that the people operating these systems, like us, take that type of operational security very seriously, right? So for that attack, some DVMs had their binaries poisoned, and then there was a DOS vector that it was very, very complex. That hopefully is not something that people can replicate very quickly. It's not just reentrancy where there's a pattern you can observe on chain and you can go look where the auditors missed it. There's a little bit more to it. So I hope that it's not something that will be particularly problematic for the ecosystem ever again.
Okay, another question. Since you were bringing investment from normal finance, did they ask for certificates or stuff that's not usually found in Web3, like SOC 2 type compliance? Or what's the extra thing that they wanted from you so they would use your integration?
Yeah, I mean, I think the design is actually straightforward and simple. So a lot of the innovation of the product is a lot of the BD aspect and getting those institutional partners to give the assets, or access to the assets rather, to people like us, and then onwards to you. And so they do some certification or compliant regulatory issue, and if you get that, we can give you even more. or things like this. Admittedly, I'm on the tech side, so I don't know exactly what they were looking for in terms of these deals or how it's structured legally or anything like this. My lawyers have assured me it's all fine, but I'm a tech guy. I'm sorry.
Thanks.
That's it. Do we have any more questions? Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And as we've talked a lot about privacy these days, I think it's very important. So next up, we have Mike McCabe, and he's going to talk about the future of on-chain privacy. So please welcome him with a round of applause.
Yeah, so I guess I can get started. Awesome. I see people here in the audience without any of these hats. I am known as the chief propagandist, so before I start, I'm going to quickly hand these out.
I have one, but I know someone who doesn't have one.
Hell yeah. I see one here. And hell yeah. Okay. With that minor thing out of the way, I think we can get started. Yeah, so welcome everyone. Mike Talk here at ETHCluj. I'm very happy to be here. I'm going to talk a little bit about the future of on-chain privacy. Knowing what privacy actually means in an entire full-scale end-to-end context on-chain. And I have these listed out as layers here, as you can see. But I want to just stress that these are not necessarily layers. It is more of a loop, where every time you interact with anything on-chain, this loop, basically every layer activates or doesn't, and helps you gain privacy or not. So we can go over these layers a little bit, so I can give you a bit more information about what is really going on here. I'm going to go bottom to top instead of there. And this is really the closest thing to Web 2 that you have in, let's say, the Web 3 ecosystem. And that is really just your internet connection. How are you connecting to websites, to your wallet? These basic primitives that still actually matter quite a lot if you're interacting with anything on-chain. So there are a bunch of companies that are working on making this private. However, we are still in a situation where most of this is still very public, unless your own Web 2 OPSEC is very good, in which case you really do not have to worry about this too much. Some things that we can name here is Tor, NIM, Hopper. These are all primitives working on making this private. Then we have the RPC and data access layer. And that is really how you connect from your wallet to the Ethereum network. And so that is mainly done through RPCs. We have a bunch of initiatives working on making RPCs private, but currently still we are in a stage where these are very exposed. Want to give a quick shout out to Kohaku, working on this specifically. Kohaku is an SDK developed by the Ethereum Foundation, and they are currently working very hard on creating this stack that allows wallets to implement and really give the best privacy experience to their users. Then we come into the transaction ordering and mempool layer, and that is really before an event actually happens on chain, who can see it? So once you broadcast your transaction to the Ethereum network, before it is completed, it is submitted to the mempool, which is an ordering book almost of all transactions that are waiting to be executed. This is currently public. Anyone can see this. And because that is public, that brings risks with it, right? I don't know if anyone saw the Loring stock from Shutter Network, but basically what this is where malicious MEV is enabled. So people can front run you, sandwich you, do all these things. And so Shutter in particular Flashbots as well are working on making this private, and CowSwap already does this for you as well. There are custom solutions for this. However, generally, the mempool is still very public, and that is a problem for people that just want to use Ethereum, basically. And then finally, we come into the application and compliance and identity layer. This is the layer in which I work and which I operate. So this is my bread and butter, and that is also what I'm going to talk about for the rest of the talk. This is basically who can see what on chain. So like a transfer happened, what amount, from who, when, all these different things that allow people to identify what is happening on chain, basically. Okay. So starting off with the application layer, Ethereum, the Ethereum Foundation, recently released their straw map, which is their long-term roadmap in which privacy is treated as a first-class citizen. Privacy is going to be embedded into the L1 natively eventually. However, the roadmap specified that this is like 2030 plus, and it didn't go further than that. So whether this is going to be 2031 to, we don't know. And then there is another thing of how this is going to be done, which is what we also don't know. So there are two main, I guess, theories on how this could be done. Two EIPs have recently been submitted. One is zero-knowledge wormholes, which was discussed yesterday, actually. This allows users to burn their ETH and then mint a new ETH token on another fresh address, which is a way to get plausible deniability and a really clean solution to getting privacy on chain. The other one is just simply private ETH and ERC20 transfers through a privacy pool, which is what we're building and what I'll be telling more about, and then just embedded in the L1 natively. So maybe before we start off here and diving into real privacy, there are different degrees of privacy on chain as well. And this is like, we talk about privacy, but privacy is actually a really complicated subject. Privacy is not a binary, it is a spectrum, which is something that you really need to keep in mind. There are here 4 categories of what kind of privacy you can have. The most straightforward one is pseudonymity, and that is like when your grandma calls Bitcoin anonymous money because you have like a weird wallet address. It cannot be linked directly to your own identity. You have like an address, but everyone can still see what happens. It's still public. Then you have confidentiality, and that is where assets and amounts are hidden, or one of those two. This is like a weird token standard that there are some primitives for. So Solana has some of this, Circle has some of this. However, due to the token standard, it is not really widely adopted because it is not so composable with the rest of DeFi. And then we have anonymity, in which parties are hidden, amounts are hidden, senders and recipients are hidden. So basically, all you can see is something happened, but you have no idea what happened, which is the section that I'm going to be talking about mainly, which is privacy pools, Railgun, and Tornado Cash, the most common privacy protocols on Ethereum currently. And then you have fully private. So that is, you cannot really see anything. In some cases, you don't even know something happened. This is not native on the L1, and I don't think this is going to be native on the L1. This mainly happens on different blockchains, layer 2s, Aztec, for instance. And here you can have like fully private state, fully private smart contracts. And then about the compliance layer, the compliance and identity layer. This is also, again, a spectrum. There are various ways of doing compliance, especially with privacy pools. What we have chosen for is to have like, you can have no compliance whatsoever, which is let's say, OG privacy protocols, Zcash, Monero, Tornado Cash. You can have compliance on deposits, which is what we have within privacy pools, where we essentially, if someone deposits into privacy pools, we check what their source of funds is. If that source of funds is associated with any illicit activity, let's say a hack or a scam or an exploit or anything like this, then we have the possibility to deny entry within the privacy pool, and that way we can prevent the pool of being tainted with bad funds. And yeah, we do that through membership proofs. There are various different ways in which this can be enforced. So we have a zero knowledge proof system to do this, but you can also do this through like KYC, or you can have like a global viewing key that like it's privacy for most people, but there is like still some authority that can still see what happened everywhere. And you can also have programmatic privacy, for instance, where if you meet certain conditions, you are granted in automatically. So then a quick look at what the application layer looks like. Here, spreading hats saying privacy is normal, and whenever I give out a hat, I get the reaction, yeah, privacy is normal, privacy should be normal. But if we actually like look at the data on chain, the numbers are really quite depressing. Less than 0.01%, I put that in there as like the lowest number that I wanted to go, but in reality it's like 0.0000 something percent of activity on Ethereum is private, which is just like, well, we have a lot of potential to grow, let's put it that way. Which is also our goal with privacy pools. We want to grow this amount to, let's say, 0.1% first, 0.5%, 1%, and so if we actually manage to do this, there is, as I said, a lot of room for growth. And then there are also categories within the application layer of privacy. And so you have shielded pools, which is essentially you deposit into a smart contract. Everyone deposits into the same smart contract. And then the interactions, the events within that smart contract are governed by zero knowledge proofs and usually submitted on chain by a relayer, which is a third party that executes events on behalf of you. And so that means that everyone has the same relayer or a bunch of relayers, and that means that no one can see who actually executed that transaction. It is just the same address that you always see. And then within a shielded pool, you can deposit money, you can transfer money, you can do various things. We have private DeFi and private intents, and so this is like you can swap ETH for USDC privately. We have confidential contracts, and so that is, as I said, not really on mainnet. This is like fully private state, so this is like very specialized technology, and that is mainly Aztec that is pushing that forward. And we have the private stablecoins where you cannot see the amount or the asset being transferred. So about these numbers, right? Like, why is privacy adoption so low? I think, and this is my personal opinion, there are three main blockers for widespread privacy adoption, and I have listed them out here. One is the compliance risk, secondly, the integration friction, and then thirdly, the UX gap. I'm going to dive into all of this. So first of all, starting with the compliance risk. And so we are currently working, we have just launched Privacy Pools version 2 on testnet. However, version 1 of Privacy Pools was the innovation there really lay within the compliance part of Privacy Pools. And so what we have essentially done there is implemented this deposit checking tool, which allows us to keep bad actors out. And our thesis for Privacy Pools V1 was, can we see if there is enough interest in compliant privacy to actually continue building on it? And well, we've had something like 5,000 individual depositors. We've done like $30 million in volume. So we feel like that thesis is validated, and that's why we're building our version 2 now to essentially address all these other risks that we see. Very quickly on how our compliance tool works. There are 5 steps within the compliance process. So first of all, someone deposits into privacy pools. Then what happens is we check the source of funds. We essentially have 3 categories where we can group people in. We have known bad actors, which are like associated with scams or something like that. We can immediately not grant them access. We have known good actors, so that would be someone that has, like, let's say, just withdrawn from Coinbase, which we know their KYC and AML standards are up to standard, and then they deposit into privacy pools. Well, then we know it's a known good actor, and so we can let them in. And then we have unknown actors, which we need to manually review and find custom solutions for. Then, secondly, what happens is if we deem if you are allowed into the pool, Then we publish your address on IPFS. We have a whole list of addresses there. And based on that list, you can create a membership proof, so you are part of that list. And you can then show that proof to the relayer, which is the third party that executes events within the pool. And if you do not have that proof, the relayer will not execute. If you have that proof, the relayer will execute, and thus you can gain privacy. Cool, so that's about the compliance risk. Then we're diving into the integration friction risk. So maybe just a quick show of hands. How many of you have ever used a privacy protocol? Okay, I see a few people here. If you've used a privacy protocol, you know how clunky and annoying and hard it is to actually understand what is going on, what you need to do, what the expectations are, all these kind of things. They are currently mainly standalone applications that you need a lot of prior knowledge and understanding of to actually use. This is a terrible user experience. Like, nobody wants to first have to spend like half an hour or an hour trying to understand what they actually have to do before they can do something. And so what is being developed now is basically embedded privacy, and that is mainly privacy that is integrated into other pieces of already existing infrastructure. And so you can think of things like wallets, DeFi applications, treasuries that can basically abstract away all the complexity for you and simply allow the user to press almost a toggle of like privacy mode on or off. And if you select privacy mode, the application will automatically route that for you without any UX friction. So this is already like a huge improvement over standalone applications where the user needs to figure out everything out. This is basically shipping now. We have seen our first few deployments of this over the last few months, but yeah, this space is going to grow very, very rapidly over the coming years. You will see more and more privacy integrations within existing infrastructure, and I think this will be a major unlock for actually giving users privacy seamlessly. Basically, if you can choose to have private or non-private money in your wallet, I think a lot of people will choose to have private. And then the final stage, as I talked about earlier, is the private L1. Then the third problem that we see, which is the UX gap. So currently, privacy protocols are extremely limited. There is not a lot of stuff you can do with a private address, except for, like, as I said previously, withdraw, deposit, send. It costs money to use as well, and it's like a 0.5% fee, so it's actually pretty expensive. And the functionality is very limited. So I think this is also a major deterrent for wide adoption of privacy. What our goal for Privacy Pools v2 really was is to create a feature-complete protocol that basically rivals the public chain experience, but from your private balance. So we're adding loads of different things like yield, like swaps, like DeFi compatibility, which you can all do from your private balance. We're adding hardware wallet support, we're adding multi-sig support, and we're assuming that with these added features, there is also going to be simply more product market fit for the demands that users have for privacy. And we think this is going to be, and again, a major unlock for the entire privacy space. Yeah, with that, as I just told, Privacy Pools v2 just shipped, and we are very much looking into integrations, and we are inviting everyone to come build with us and check it out. I wanted to not only show slides, but also kind of like demo how you can build on Privacy Pools and the things that you can do with it now, how you can really rival that existing public infrastructure. And so for that, I have essentially been vibe coding a bunch of applications built on Privacy Pools v2. I would love to demo that in real time now, but unfortunately, I don't have my laptop here. I can't, so I had to record it. So I've created a little video here, and I can essentially play that and show you guys what happens. Yeah, so here, one of the cool features that we have is we have private payment requests. So what you can do is, this is essentially the same as Venmo or Tiki in the Netherlands. You can create a link that you can send to anyone, and the other person can then open that link, connect their wallet, and here's a payment request for 0.05 ETH. They can press pay, and then regardless if you have money in your private balance or your public balance, you can immediately pay this payment request, and yeah, there won't be a trace of that on chain. And so we feel like this is going to be a major unlock. It's a very convenient way, instead of like sending wallet addresses across, or yeah, having to scan QR codes and all these things. You can just simply send a link to your friend, ask for the money for the coffee or dinner or whatever, and you can do that completely anonymously. Here you can see the transaction being completed. And then the other thing I wanted to show you guys was a private payroll application. So payroll in public from DAOs is very common currently, which is obviously not ideal. Here I have 3 recipients for ETHCluj that you could want to pay. Here you can just see this is all built on Privacy Pools V1, or V2, excuse me. And you can have these different people that you want to pay in there. You can simply press run cycle, and the protocol will anonymously distribute these funds to anyone. It takes a little while, and that is mainly due to my coding skills, not to the protocol. But here you can see the transactions are being submitted. 3 different recipients are now concurrently receiving funds. So yeah, as I said, we have to wait a little bit. But again, the goal here is to highlight the kind of different applications you can build on this. And this is still a relatively simple application. Obviously, you're just transferring money, which is relatively straightforward, but building different kind of UIs for that can really create a more UX-friendly experience. What is also nice in Privacy Pools V2 is that we have builder codes. Builder codes essentially allow you to build a front end like this and monetize that yourself. So you can build your application on top of Privacy Pools, set the amount of fees or whatever you would like to charge, and then the contract will automatically redistribute that to you. Here, a more complex example. So this is an OTC order book. As you can see here, there are all these orders. I can create an order. And I think I did it for 0.01 ETH, yes. The price here is hard-coded, so I know this isn't accurate. But here, I have now created an order. I can go to another Privacy Pools account. I can see the order is added right now. I can open it. I can press fill order, which unfortunately is cut off, but I've pressed it here. And now what the protocol can do is it can atomically swap these 2 commitments, these 2 zero-knowledge proofs with each other. And so you can build like entire decentralized applications on top of Privacy Pools that are relatively complex, because order books are fairly complex. And here you can see the transactions are being prepared. So yeah, first the maker transaction is created, and then the taker transaction is created. I did a little bit of a better job on this one, and so it's luckily a bit faster. And you can see here that like within something like 30 seconds, we have managed to create a fully private transaction that is P2P. You can also facilitate this and create like a more centralized experience through liquidity pools and these kind of things, but this is pure P2P. You can see both of the transactions executed on chain. They both come from the same address, which is the relayer executing this for you. And so here you can have basically a fully private trading experience directly within Privacy Pools. One shout out that I would really like to give, and that I really encourage you guys, if you're interested in privacy, to check out, is Cloaked Wallet. Cloaked Wallet is founded by Blaine and Olivia, and they are building on Privacy Pools as well. They have created an absolutely delightful privacy experience. Like, your grandma could use this and have private on-chain money, which I think is really quite amazing. If you want to just test out how private on-chain tools work, this is definitely the best way to do so. Yeah, and with that, these are the testnet links for Privacy Pools v2 if anyone is inclined in testing so. We are giving everyone that wants to use this free Sepolia ETH. So you can simply create a payment request, send it in the ETHCluj chat, or send it anywhere else, and I will pay that payment request for you, and you can get some Sepolia. Okay, that was my presentation. Are there any questions?
Hey, very nice presentation. Question, have you been approached by government entities kind of querying about what you're doing and making sure that you're not doing anything off? Or it was more you took the initiative and contact them and made sure you're compliant?
Yeah, so we have not received any inquiries or anything like that, but I can tell a little bit more about the compliance process that we have in that regard and how we designed it. So privacy pools, the idea of it was founded after the conviction of Roman Storm in America. And Roman Storm developed Tornado Cash for anyone that doesn't know. Basically, his protocol, Tornado Cash, was deemed insufficient in their compliance mechanism on a few strategic points or attributes. And then what happened is Vitalik, Amin, which is our co-founder, and someone from Chainalysis called Jacob Illum published a white paper for Privacy Pools v2, which is basically the next evolution of that and where the compliance tools comes in, where we have basically found remedies for all these specific points that Tornado Cash was indicted for. And through that mechanism, we assume to be compliant by law. We obviously have also got further legal advice, and we have other compliance features as well. But at the end of the day, in privacy pools, only the user is in control of their privacy, and we could not de-anonymize anyone or anything like that.
All right, thanks. Super.
Do we have any more questions? I do have a question for you. Actually, I have two questions for you. One of them is why do you think it's so, you talked about the design and the user experience. Why do you think things are still very hard to understand for the majority for the normies, let's say, who are still into Web3?
Yeah, so that's basically because the complexity that privacy protocols require. And so designing a privacy protocols fundamentally requires zero-knowledge proofs, which is an entirely new concept which users then have to navigate and understand, okay, I have a zero-knowledge proof now, what do I do with that? How does that work? And then secondly, it is also that you need to keep, or before Privacy Pools v2, you needed to keep a separate wallet for using a privacy protocol because basically your proofs were attached to that wallet. And so that means that the user experience is really quite annoying because every time you want to access that private balance, you have to retrieve your seed phrase, you have to enter your seed phrase again. And so people generally don't like to have their seed phrases just lying around, and that is also terrible OPSEC. And so you force people to basically do that, to have their seed phrase lying around constantly if they want to use the protocol, and that is just simply not a good user experience. And then thirdly, the mechanics of making yourself anonymous on-chain are also very difficult. So to make that a bit more explicit is if you, for instance, deposit a very specific amount into a privacy protocol. So let's say $21.57. And you deposit that, and then you want to use your private money, so you take it out again, and you take out $21.57, then everyone sees that amount going in and the same amount going out. And so it's not guaranteed because it could have been someone else that withdraws that as well, but still you can have a high correlation of saying well, that withdrawal probably corresponds with that deposit. And that also makes it tricky for normal users to just have privacy best practices when they're interacting with these kind of protocols. And so there's so many things that you need to keep in mind and think about when using this to do it properly, that it becomes really quite challenging.
You might have answered my second question though, but it is about like why, I mean, I'm a marketer, so like I'm always pushing for the technology to go to like non-technical people or like people that don't know how to vibe code and so on, or like who are interested in like learning more. So my question is like, why do you think like people who are not so technical, like you call them builders, but many times builders equal devs, let's say, or like people who have like very good technical knowledge. Why do you think like privacy protocols or like anything of that sort is not looking into like onboarding other types of people that can build this kind of stuff, who can maybe have like very good experience or like ideas, or like maybe have already done some user research and they know like what's needed and so on?
Yeah, so that is basically exactly what we want to do with Privacy Pools V2. We basically want to provide the technology as infrastructure that people can then go ahead and build their regular applications upon, and the privacy is basically assumed by default. And so it's not really like a trade-off that users need to make or anything, or like you extract away all the complexity. For builders, it is super easy to integrate all of this, and therefore, it becomes easier for the end user as well, because the builder can just focus on creating a good user experience for their users, and all the complexities of it are abstracted away.
Fair enough. Well, thank you so much for the presentation. Please thank him with a round of applause. We do have a gap of about like 30 minutes until the next panel is up, and then we're going to have the closing ceremony as well. So please make sure you come back. And also, from what I understood, there's a scan code like with matcha downstairs. Like make sure that you take the quiz and do some fun stuff, have a drink, talk to some people, and be back here in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Păi pe ăla, da?
Da.
Mie cred că mi-a dat Bradu, sau nu mai țin minte ce mi-a dat Atemul, dar nu mi-a dat cu cutie, mi l-a dat așa.
Da.
Ok.
Așa e. Ăla de pe telefon e o aplicație, se numește Stai că zic exact.
Deci în wireless, probabil.
Deci, da, e un server stagetimer.io și practic eu îmi fac un timer nou și de acolo pot să-mi pun pe 3 surse și îmi dau link. Și atunci eu de pe calculator pot să dau pe ăla și ăla e vechiul meu telefon, că n-am cum să pun altfel. Da, și aici pot să-i dau plus, minus, flash-uri ca să vadă. Nu funcționează. Na.
Flash-ul nu funcționează.
Da, nu, n-am văzut nimeni să le observe. Ele funcționează. Adică, uite-te, dacă te uiți pe telefon să vezi cum. Bine.
Știi, să-mi trece prin cap cum se schimbă cardul de rec.
Ce? Da, nu, lasă că trece pe altul. Da, trece automat și dacă nu scoate cardul pe care îi dai un rec de o secundă și îți trece pe cardul 2 și pune la loc. Deci tu ai slotul 1 și 2, scoate slot. Da, nu știu cât scrie jos acolo, dacă e 1 săgeată 2 sau 2 săgeată 1.
E 1 și trece pe 2.
Na bun. Scoate 2-ul, scoate 1-ule, dă un rec de o secundă și după bagă la loc 1-ule. Și atunci o să-ți scrie pe fișierul 2 și îți dă timerul. Fă chestia asta acum, te rog. Alo? Salut. Chiar acum nici nu pot să-ți răspund, deci un fotograf pentru electricia să pot să-mi dai un mesaj să fac eu sau imediat urmează să Da, dacă poți. Da, bun, te rog. Eu personal nu, dar am, cred că, cunoștințe personale de staff electric, deci nu pot, dar am pe altcineva, mai ales pe zona de foto. Bun, dă-mi, te rog, detaliile și o să revin. Cu mare drag, spor. Salut! Whenever.
Okay. I think we're about to start. I'll do one sweep, get people in,
Yeah,
and then.
and I will start the video. You will make an intro to invite them all, or
Yes.
how do you want? Good. Do the sweep and we'll.
Yeah, that was pretty painful trying to reconcile. I also just felt like instead of just having to feel of it, I just like took it after some more.
I will give the sound to.
Now let's give one. First I'll ask him to sit, and I need the question. I'm going to grab the question list just to be sure. There we go. Oh yeah, that's like cool. Like so one of the co-founders. So just getting the question list. Yes, we are. Closing panel. So, as Gabriel is setting up the introduction video to announce all of you and have a beautiful panel, I'm going to ask you to take a seat in the meantime, or come on stage already. I'll do the announcements, and we can start off this last one. Welcome, welcome. Take a seat. Let's make this a nice and warm session. So come, if you can find something in the front, join us. So we're not talking into the void.
Take this one as well.
Awesome. I'm going to give these around. So thank you and welcome at this last panel of the day. You must have heard and seen a lot of talks already and conversed in them. So in case you're tired, we'll try to go easy on you. But we also want you to, of course, participate. So, I'm going to do an introduction, of course. We'll each have an introduction about what we do. And I'd like to start for this privacy panel to my right. Ladies first. Yeah.
Do I have to introduce myself?
Oh, yes, please. Who are you? Which organization are you with in, let's say, 2-3 sentences max?
My name is Roxana. I work with Logos. And we've been here for the past few days with the Logos Lounge. Had a very nice circle, very intimate conversation and a privacy bootcamp. I've been in this space for a while. I've tried everything, and then I realized I just want to go back to privacy and try again.
Yeah, I'm Steffen from Corpus Core. So mostly I'm known for the verification, the stateless verification, but we also are doing a lot in the direction privacy, and especially we published some papers in the past about pragmatic adaptive privacy, and yeah, to help to get privacy really being used in applications, not only on a theoretical paper, but also in real life applications.
Hey everyone, I'm Mike McCabe. I work at Oxbow. We ship several privacy and compliance tools, most prominent one being privacy pools. We just launched our version 2 testnet this week, so I encourage everyone to go and check that out. Yeah, happy to be here, thanks.
Hey, I'm Gavin Birch. I work with a team and a community to build Armada. Armada is pluggable asset privacy. And yeah, we're getting close to launching our testnet, and also crowdfunding. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Robert. I'm with WebT Privacy, and I was asked to moderate this session. And I realized 3 things. First, it gives me the opportunity to fully hijack this last panel. 2, we are the last panel before the closure of this event. So let's make it engaging, also for the viewers at home. If you have any questions during the session, please feel free to hold up your hand, and we'll give you a moment. And thirdly, I also realized you have seen some of these people, or all of them, talk in the past few days at this conference already. So I realized that there's, in front of you right now, 5 human beings who each consider privacy a solid human right to fight for, which might result in a panel where 5 people are all nodding yes to each other about every question. So in that light, I'd like to ask each of you, because I know that all of you have each interacted also with different ecosystems beyond the one where we are at an event of right now, to take a broader view. In trading during market swings, sometimes the saying is, when in doubt, zoom out. To zoom out, about how ecosystems are innovating and performing beyond Ethereum as well. There were blockchains before, and there might be blockchains after Ethereum. And how can we improve specifically this ecosystem, what we're all active in and what we're working on. And having said that, the topic, of course, is why is it still hard and will it improve? There's an assumption in that and a question. And as there's always reasons to, or you can find a reason to be a doomerist, let's say. So I would like to start optimistic. What do you see as the current reasons to be optimistic in this space? What are the biggest breakthroughs that you were impressed by with regards to wins for privacy within this Ethereum space?
Yeah, I think the distribution part of privacy is really being solved, which is going to be, I think, something to be incredibly optimistic about. Privacy has historically been this kind of like clunky standalone application that you need to have a lot of like knowledge and interest in to actually like use, let alone use it correctly. Now we see things like Kohaku, we see things like Cloaked Wallet. People can just like one-click shield their balances. I think making this easy is for users to actually adopt it. And so, yeah, these two things in particular, the Kohaku SDK is, I think, really going to be a game changer for the entire privacy space.
So I think the most important thing is what right now is happening is that our view on privacy is a little bit changing. So often in the past, privacy was, okay, I have to hide something which might be have a good reason to be hidden, and normal activities seem to be not, or no need for them to use privacy. But now, more and more the understanding comes that privacy is something we really need for daily use, for business applications. Now, you cannot use blockchain if you have no privacy adaptation in enterprise applications. You need it. And privacy, or the missing privacy, is an attack vector for everyone who uses a wallet or something like this. So we need to understand, and more it is understood, that privacy is something we really need on the first line, on the first priority. Now it needs to be built on top of things we already have. We need all the technologies. This is a good thing. We have already implemented a lot of things, but now we have to go the next step.
To a certain extent, I agree. To another extent, I don't. So I think it's nice to see that we still have the cypherpunk values, and a lot of the old cypherpunk values are coming back to the space. So it's sort of we're striking towards a collective alignment on what is privacy, why we need privacy, who should benefit from privacy, and so on. But in the same time, the biggest issue we have is that we, in this desire to onboard 1 billion plus people into the infrastructure, we have went beyond an automated smart contract infrastructure and connected that to the internet through the browser. So then we're kind of exposing identities, and we are sort of pushing this on-chain identity component a lot across applications and some of the architecture. So that for me is a big issue, because that creates an attack vector. That creates a lot of the security issues we have, a lot of the hacks that we have. So I think we have the values, but I don't think we solved yet. And we've been fairly afraid of telling people, look, this is blockchain native, and this is how it should be used, and this is how you have to do it, and privacy is really hard. We're kind of trying to simplify things to attract a new wave of users, and I just don't think that is the way.
So you're saying trying to simplify things is not the way to get new users? Could you repeat that last one?
Yes, because look, privacy is a journey, yeah? You need to educate people on an invisible threat, which is never easy. So if I'm oversimplifying things, I will have to go through, kind of cutting corners, right? So I just don't think that is the way. I think if I go back to the way the cypherpunk movement started, it was just a few people and it was very difficult. However, 10 years later, 20 years later, we are here and we discuss about it, and a lot more of us understand it and understand that it is hard and it is a fight. It's not a right, it's a fight. It is our fight. So a fight, a war is not easy, a battle is not easy. Do not oversimplify. You have to spend a lot of time and educate and share the knowledge and teach others and create, something I spoke about yesterday, create commitment mechanisms, create defaults, yeah? So our generation will go through a hard battle, but then it becomes the standard. The next generation, yeah, your kids, will use it. It will get there. It's just gonna be like a very long-term vision. It's not gonna be, oh, next year we're gonna have 10% more of the people, you know, onboarded into privacy. So it's gonna be a very, very long process. And we have to be ready for it.
Maybe one more. Oh. So one more word to the simple, to make it more simple. So when we have applications which offer privacy, in most cases, this is very complicated. It is expensive. It's slow. And most of the people decide to opt it out until they need it. This is often the case when it's too late. Or when we look at the developers, it's complicated to integrate. It makes the application very hard to maintain. And so they have it on their roadmap. They will implement it later when they have all the other problems being solved. So, and I think here is the problem which makes it very difficult to introduce privacy. Because if we expect people to decide to choose privacy by sacrificing convenience, I don't think that education is enough for this. So we need to start with easy to use things which increase the privacy. Now, we don't need the same level of privacy for all operations. Now, if I have a dashboard in my wallet, to read token values, I don't need the same privacy when I prepare an important transaction. So when we try to have the maximum of privacy, the gold standard in every application, in every request, in every transaction, this makes applications too complicated and people will not use it. So we need to level it up so that we start say, okay, what privacy do we need for what operation? And then we have to do it level by level so that we can introduce simple level, which are not expensive and not complicated, to have more and more privacy.
What am I optimistic about for privacy in the space? I'm excited that I think it seems like we're reaching a turning point. You know, we played on, some of us have played on hard mode for quite some time and haven't really, you know, have suffered for it. And then other people played on easy mode and they've made off very well. And it feels like now that sort of crowd is starting to kind of question their future. And you know, I used to think, are we going to bridge to like global finance, or are they going to come to us? And it really feels more and more like it's coming to us. And it's because we play it on hard mode. Like they're here for the, you know, for these, for what happens to be. I don't think they necessarily carry the same cypherpunk values, right? But I think that they're coming because of the things that we value. There's a shared value. Yeah, but they're going to need privacy because none of these businesses are going to, you know, no discerning organization is going to run on, you know, their operations transparently. So they're going to need privacy, and I don't see why hard mode shouldn't stop. If we're going to, like, we can't just, I think it's not good enough to just say, oh, privacy is just hard. I think we do need to make it easier, and I think I totally pick our battles there. There is such thing as good enough privacy. So, you know,
it just depends on what it is that what it is that you care about, what you're securing.
Having said that, I want to recommend that each from the speakers has also shown this weekend or this past days beautiful graphs and distinctions between the levels of privacy in different applications. So do check them out if you're checking these videos. Having said that, the difference here is you're all in your organizations are providing consumer-facing applications in some sense or form. As Repti Privacy, we don't, let's say, we don't have a product per se, we're more of a movement. So we are more focusing on the awareness as a form of make a change at the earliest start of the supply chain in the human change, let's say, on the human level. As you mentioned, Stefan, there's this, one hand there's the change to make from the demand side, creating from awareness. On the other side, it is privacy by default in applications. Where would be, in your opinions, the biggest win? I mentioned in one of the previous talks that, let's say, a passive way to increase privacy outside of Web3 was the advent of WhatsApp providing end-to-end encryption for users without them even realizing it when they started using it, most of them. Would that be the way to increase privacy for all also in Web3 in such a sense? Just build it and it'll become a standard? Would there need to be a market demand for privacy is the question, or is it also, does it work to just offer it directly as a part of a product?
Yeah, it basically ties into what I was saying earlier with like the Kohaku Ethereum Foundation SDK. You know, like if you are a MetaMask user and you have a public balance and a private balance tab, and you can seamlessly switch in between those two, then, I mean, maybe people that don't even care about privacy at all, right? They're like, fine, okay, my entire financial life is broadcast in public, like I don't care. I think even they like would just do it to test it out, the shielding. Like I think the closer you can bring it directly to where users are at, the more likely users are to actually go ahead and use it. And so like, I think MetaMask has like a couple of hundreds of millions of active users, right? And I think if they can offer a feature like that, like just, you know, go private by one click of the button, no hassle, no fees involved, no secrets, no seed phrases, no ZK addresses, none of that. It's just one click, public to private. I don't see a reason for people not to do that, essentially. I think if that feature is there, most people will use it.
So I fully agree on this. This is what I mentioned earlier. We have to build it in a way that it's easy to be used. Kohaku is a good example. You mentioned WhatsApp, maybe not the best example, but when they introduced end-to-end encryption, this was a good example because nobody cared about it, and it was there and could be used. And in Kohaku, we have now this way to shield it with 1 or 2 clicks. So it was possible earlier as well. So I could use Railgun or privacy pools right there. So these DeFi apps were available. But when I have to do a lot of things, I reduce the number of people doing it. And on the developer side, it's the same. If I have interesting and good gold standard privacy protocols, which are very hard to integrate, developers will not do it. So we have to integrate privacy on the protocol level so that our dApps are written in almost the same way, but the protocol level has, beside other important things like verification, also privacy in it, so that the developer doesn't need to care too much about privacy because the protocol offers these opportunities. And I think these simplifications we need. Now, for the user, that it's easy to be used, and he must understand, or she must understand that it might cost a little bit more. And on the developer side, we have to put it into the protocol level so that it's easy to be used and easy to implement it.
Of course. Yeah. There's a question from the audience here.
The conversation sometimes is a little hard to follow, simply because we use the word privacy so often, and without specifying what we actually mean by it. And so an analogy like labor can mean gainful employment, or it can mean abject slavery. And like having a discussion like, is labor good or bad, without defining what you mean by it is completely pointless. Would it make sense, like as a organization, as an ecosystem, would it make sense for us to largely stop talking about privacy and actually talk about like the decision points where people would get benefit by exerting power and educating them about the context and the trade-offs involved in exercising power in a particular way?
So you're proposing to change the narrative?
I mean, like there's a lot of people who are like not down with kind of the privacy vibes and culture, and some people are automatically alienated when you talk about the war, the struggle, right, all this stuff. But if you go to people, like in the case of like, hey, did you notice that $5 wrench attacks are on the rise, and people can see your entire linked transaction history on Ethereum? If you, maybe for major accounts, use a technology like privacy pools, which breaks the links between your different accounts, you'd become less susceptible to a $5 wrench attack. Here are some tools to do it. Like, that's much more concrete than encouraging people to be like striving towards this undefined ideal of being fully private. Discuss.
Okay, so for the longest of time, and this has been studied for quite a while, society kind of balance between public and hidden transcripts, right? So public transcripts were things that were told, things that were communicated, and a lot of the times things that didn't necessarily reflect the truth. But hidden transcripts such as folklore, theater, any kind of written or sang pieces, any kind of gestures where we make fun of something, actually provided an opportunity for people to be honest. But they were designed as a hidden way of speaking the truth. So, to your point, privacy has actually been our focus for a very long time. We just had very different definitions to it, right? Because we've always had this correspondence between power and people that were not empowered, the powerless, right? So we had chief captains leading the tribe. We had, like kings. You couldn't challenge that power directly, but you could challenge it through stories. You could challenge it through small actions, through kind of these hidden transcripts where all of us knew that we were making fun of the king, but we were not telling the king in his face that he was not doing something good. But we had a dialogue that was hidden. It wasn't broadcasted. It was happening behind closed doors. It was happening in theaters. It was happening in small groups of people. Anytime we tell a joke, it is a hidden transcript that we are sharing. So we're kind of losing that, and that's the bigger problem, which is why I think in terms of privacy, in terms of having a conversation about privacy, we could talk about the concept of dark forest, the concept of not depending on algorithms, not depending on public displays or public information. It's a private space. It is a space where anyone can be themselves. They don't have to depend on any rankings. They don't have to be afraid that their content feeds an algorithm. So that's one way in which we can talk about privacy without necessarily going into, oh, this is Web3, this is financial privacy. It's just on the social level.
But even if we are only talking about privacy in Web3, we also have to differentiate what type of privacy we mean. So mostly when we talk about privacy, we simply talk about shielding some assets, shielding some transactions, and so on. But this is only one part of the privacy we need. So there is also read privacy. When we ask for information, if I run my own node, I'm private because the node is synchronized with the network and I have all the information. If I'm using an RPC, I have a lot of things I offer or sacrifice in direction privacy. I sacrifice my identity because I have a user and I have my communication data. And this transport offers information about my identity. There are reasons at some use cases that I should hide it or at least shield it a little bit. So then another very important thing is intent. So in blockchain, I have a lot of interest to have privacy in my intent. Now, if I read some data, so maybe I'm preparing a railgun transaction. So I read a lot of logs, I read some other information from the state, and with this information, the RPC already knows what I'm going to do. It's not complicated to use this information to reproduce what is the intent. So we need privacy for this as well. So that's why we have, even if you are only looking on Web3, we need to think about not only about shielding some assets or shielding some transactions, we have to see the full picture. How can we interact with blockchain, with the privacy we need to make business, private transactions or business so that we can use it in a way that it really works without any interactions with others.
I'll go. Yeah, short answer to your question, no. I don't think so. I'm happy to elaborate on it a little bit though. Talks and all the talks I have given so far, I basically talk about like privacy is like a multi-layered approach, and it's not a binary, it's a spectrum, and yada yada yada, and all of that is true, and all of that is important. But because like just to make that explicit, right? Like if I am like happily shielding my transaction on privacypools.com, then you know that's not going to stop the government from tapping my fiber optic cables and knowing exactly whether I'm taking a shit or sitting behind my computer. I think it is really, in that sense, like pretty black and white in the sense of that, like, privacy stands against surveillance. And the surveillance state, surveillance in general, tracking, whatever, is also very multi-layered, right? Like, it's such a huge concept in itself, too. And it's increasing so rapidly, and it's becoming so large and so dystopian that sketching privacy as just like a general term of like, we are not surveillance is powerful. It allows us to like basically collect all these different kind of things, all these different layers under like one umbrella and say like, hey, we are all together, we are for privacy, we are not for surveillance. And so I think it's actually pretty powerful to have all these different concepts all branded under, okay, hey, look, we are privacy. Because it allows for a pretty black and white differentiation, which I think in these times is actually pretty important.
No, just wanted to confirm you're right. Whenever I talk about privacy, I don't zoom in on the aspects of a private transaction. I look at tangible examples of where people are in their everyday life and what affects them in their Maslow state, let's say, to make it directly tangible. And based on that, people change or adopt something. Yeah, that makes way more sense than going in depth about it social construct and break it down into the impact. Yeah.
I don't have a follow-up, but I'm glad that at least one person strongly disagreed with me.
Okay.
Is the huge amount of surveillance happening right now and increasing surveillance pushing us into privacy?
So you're asking if the current surveillance is creating a demand?
Yes, because when blockchains were launched, that was not a big concern.
It wasn't that it wasn't a big concern. It was that people were just not used to reusing the same wallet and the same addresses. So you could run your own node and you could spin up an indefinite amount of addresses. Then I think after 2015 something happened and we started having this concept of identity on chain. Yeah, we started having wallets being reused. We started having centralized exchanges that essentially attributed a one type of wallet for you. Then we started having ENS and all these kind of things that created essentially it formed a sort of identity. Then we had NFTs and we had all of that. So I think before that there was just people were not that interested in reusing the same address. Now, even as a business, for example, I had to receive crypto payments for a very long time, mostly Bitcoin, Ethereum, and stable coins. So I had to reuse the same wallets, and even with Monero, I had to reuse the same wallet so that I could prove to the accountant, and if there was even an investigation to the financial authority, that this was me, this was my company, and I didn't do anything that wasn't legit. So I think just things changed, and now obviously you have, you don't just have Chainalysis, which is essentially, it's always been like a hocus pocus company that sort of guessed. They were never really capable of properly tracking and tracing, but now it's becoming quite a big deal with some of the AI companies and some of the AI capabilities to not just kind of find the patterns, but also create new patterns, which this need for privacy, because you would spend so much time trying to prove your innocence that it is better to just say, well, you can't prove anything about me. It's either you accept what I give you, otherwise there's no way you can attack me.
Maybe to this question. The question was, is surveillance bringing us to have more, or to the need for more privacy? I think that we are working in this industry, we have to think about our users. So users normally are not aware of these things. They see, I have an application, it's nice to use it. So I think it's very important from the side of the developer, as us who are building these applications, that we think about how can we secure our users, and having privacy included is something we need to do for our users.
Gavin, do you want to, you've been standing around, do you want to say something on this?
Mike, I actually had a chance to think about your comment, and I wonder, so I do appreciate the strategic idea of like having an umbrella term to organize people and to provide kind of a counterpoint or a counter identity, a counter movement to surveillance capitalism or general surveillance. I wonder whether that's an effective strategy though, because if we just read the room, and I mean not this room, but society at large, internationally, there are a large number of people who are fairly comfortable with giving up large amounts of their data for convenience or for free services, And if you even go to the length of explaining to them about how their data is being utilized by corporations for advertising, for political firms to sway opinions, to extend or circumvent the Fourth Amendment in the United States, so that it's not technically a search for law enforcement to obtain your data, a lot of people will say, well, I don't really care about that particular type of privacy. And so I wonder if, like, bundling together these very different types of privacy, like preventing a $5 wrench attack versus giving your data to advertisers, actually brings fewer people into the tent rather than bringing more people into the tent.
You might be right. This is actually a discussion we had yesterday in our Logos circle as well. Very fun to participate in. Few things that come to mind, like especially when like a data leak or so happens now, right? And 2026, the cyber apocalypse, like they happen every single day, and the amount and type of data leak is insane. And then when I talk to some of like, basically half of the Netherlands got like fully KYC docs with like bank account details and whatever. And like I talked to my normie friends about it, and they were like, yeah, but you know, all my data is out there already anyway. Like, who really cares? And then you start talking about like, yeah, but actually it is really bad because if you combine it with these other data leaks as well, and people just get like complacent and like they depressed maybe almost,
They
right?
feel like they can't do anything about it.
Exactly. And then actually, if you look at it from a different perspective, like, why do people like to use Brave, people that maybe are not into crypto? It's because YouTube has no ads. It's like YouTube Premium for free. It doesn't have any trackers, and like the privacy is just like a side benefit. So I think, yeah, you're probably right. At the same time, it also just shows that like something like Brave, you know, a browser like that, I do believe they like ideologically, and I don't want to speak on behalf of them, so maybe I'm wrong here, but I do think that they ideologically also are against, like, pro-privacy, against surveillance. So I do think that they themselves, the builders there, are ideologically aligned with the, let's say, privacy versus surveillance narrative. However, the benefit that they're actually bringing to their users is no ads on YouTube. So I think that's, yeah, a way, like maybe we as the builders could still fall under the umbrella, but ship it in a way that is actually just like, as you said, you know, like protecting your users, giving the best user experience, WhatsApp, end-to-end encryption. Yeah, there's things to say for both sides.
Yeah, I like the idea of there being like unlocks that come from privacy, like the actually just like data flow control, right? Like choosing what to reveal or not. I don't have like solid examples, but like we have great examples from our in-person interactions, like, you know, like surprise birthdays or like, you know, poker or flirting or, you know, these sorts of things that are like a lot of fun or, you know, give you something you couldn't otherwise have if you couldn't control the way the information flows. And so there's, you know, there's probably some innovation to be done that, you know, unlocks that can be had, that can only be had if you can control the flow of information. But right now, largely the incentives are about like, you know, getting market information, so, you know, and ad model type stuff. But, you know, I think there's stuff to be had out there.
I think there's a question. Someone's running. Yes.
Well, I was supposed to run with the mic, so thanks. Like you said about Brave, but Brave, for example, doesn't have the same features available for everyone in the world. For example, in Romania, they restrict some of this stuff. And therefore, I mean, they have a product that's supposed to be built for like privacy or like, and stuff like this, but then like if you don't offer the same features for everyone and it's only for like the US or like for the first world, then what are we doing?
And that's how we get to the topic of compliance. So yeah. There's a question over there. Okay. Let's all thank Cheeky Gorilla, our impromptu volunteer. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so me, I have a question about the surveillance, like for example, fast chain recognition and this kind of thing, how we can protect yourself. For example, the fact that I'm thinking is like I already have my data online and I feel sometimes it's a bit too late if I want to protect myself into length of time. So how would I advise someone to protect yourself, like an open question on it, like?
Yeah, it's about that complacency, right? About like, okay, well, everything is out there already. What does it even matter anymore? I think it also like using these kind of privacy tools. It's not a black and white thing, right? But I think once you kind of like start figuring out like, hey, by using this tool, I can prevent this from happening in the future. By using this other tool, I can prevent this other thing from happening in the future. It also gives back like a sense of agency to people, where they feel like they can get some of that control of like things that are all otherwise just like constantly happening to them, back in their own hands. And then, you know, like maybe indeed, like if you start doing all these privacy tools, like all these privacy things, all these privacy tooling, maybe within like the first 1 or 2 years or so, you know, like maybe it doesn't matter, but maybe you're 5 or 10 years onwards and like you're still using these privacy toolings and like maybe you've moved house or whatever, you know, suddenly it does make a difference, right? It's not a spectrum where like, you know, like these surveillance companies have been collecting stuff on you for like your entire life. It's not easy to get loose from that. It's a process. And so I think it's incremental steps really. And maybe on the compliance part, right, that was asked earlier, I think privacy devs, as court cases have shown, are in a particular difficult place when it comes to compliance. I think if you do anything that the state thinks really, what the state deems going too far, it is pretty relentless in the way that it acts against you. And yeah, that is obviously something that devs just really need to keep in mind. And you know, there are ways to circumvent this. If you are in Romania, like even a free VPN could like port you all over the world. It is an extra step of complexity, but there are ways to circumvent these things.
Yeah, I'd echo that about like get like that sense of empowerment. You know, I started using Signal maybe 3-4 years ago, and little by little, like I'd say 95% of my messaging activity is Signal. Now, I don't know if that's meant that like all of the people I chat with have just one contact and it's me, but it's like, I mean, a ton of activity on my Signal. And the other thing that I think is a great example is Google Meet. Like we almost always use Google Meet for the longest time, almost never use it now. Sometimes we'll start and then I'll ask, you know, to switch. Because one of the neat features about Google Meet is that you can turn on closed captioning and you can actually see, it'll like say who it is and exactly what they're saying on the screen in real time, captioning on or not, that's being logged on their servers. And it just, you know, even if I don't have anything particularly sensitive that I have to talk about, it's really nice to just know that every word that I'm saying isn't being logged on a server forever, you know? So I think like bit by bit as we expose the game, that's one of the best ways to like end the game is everybody knows, you know, what is the game, just saying it explicitly. So yeah, I agree totally with Mike, like bit by bit and, you know, feel empowered. And I think people will start to take it on. It's just, as long as it's not overwhelming, right? I think that's the feeling everyone's got right now is like, fuck, just totally overwhelmed.
We have a very interesting principle we base Logos on, which is exit. Exit, exile, and access, which is in the Farewell to Westphalia book that you might have seen during this conference. The idea is the moment a system or a tool stops serving your needs, you can exit it. If you can't use Brave in Romania, there are many other privacy-preserving browsers. There's about 7 of them. There's Molvad has a browser now, it's pretty good. There's Wolf Libre, which is a version of Firefox, which is really good. There's a Tor browser that's really good. So the beauty of the privacy ecosystem is that there's always people that are building solutions and tools for problems that shouldn't exist, no? So that's the beauty of it. You can look for other options. You can use other systems. You can use other tools. Like a lot of us that come from early Bitcoin, we realize Bitcoin is now private. We're seeing that Wasabi is gone, Samurai Wallet's gone. I don't know if Join Market is still around, but it's quite hard to use. So Monero is an option. You know, private stablecoins are an option if I don't want to use USDC and USDT, and it's slowly getting there. So there are options. It's very nice that you can use them. You can exit the systems that don't serve you anymore.
We have another question. Yeah.
So the main part of my question is basically how we're going to deal with this in a world where your IP address is going to be fully linked to your identity due to compliance requirements. It's possible to resist this a little bit with VPNs and just constantly change what jurisdiction you're connecting from, but very quickly in the course of I think 4 months, we went from one jurisdiction doing this now to it being law in I think over 20 now, and we're rapidly accelerating beyond the EU and the US and Canada. So first off, we're going to be losing most of the privacy that you guys have been advocating for by your IP address being fully linked to your identity, number one. Number two, can we have any tools that actually maintain that besides VPN? Because VPNs are also being outlawed in some jurisdictions, and it will be a crime to use one, as it is in China. And then the third would be, have you guys ever explored fully homomorphic encryption, which is a privacy-preserving system on a spreadsheet? Because I haven't heard anybody mention it.
Who would like to jump in? Yeah. So recommendations as alternatives to VPNs. Yeah.
Let's start with running on Tor by default, running your node on Tor by default, having so what we're building at Logos, we're building Basecamp, which is an app. It's an environment that you download, and it's local to your computer. And you have the ability to run over Tor. You have the ability to run over relays and mixnets. And that provides some protection against IP leaks. The second one is there are a few ecosystems as well that really articulate on this kind of private OS. One is Umbrel. So you have a private OS at home. It's a small device that you plug to your Wi-Fi, and it looks like a Raspberry Pi. It's super cute. And you can run a Bitcoin Monero node. You're entirely on Tor. Tor project itself is running a crowdfunding campaign for over 150 projects that solve little by little the idea of internet freedoms and protect over 46 million users that are at risk. So that number may double by the next few months. One of the projects essentially is looking to have like a plug and play of a relay So you can just think of it like Tails, right? Tails is an OS. I can just, yeah, it's gone. Nobody knows what I'm doing on it once I unplug my USB. So the same concept applies to a Tor relay. So they're building that, one of the projects. So it's very interesting. On encryption, there are multiple forms of encryption, right? There's a ZK, there's fully homomorphic encryption, there's TEE, and you have multi-party computation and a few others. No? Those are all gone.
With the exception of polymorphic encryption, all of those are gone.
They're gone. Okay.
The TE had the private key extracted from a chip, so anybody can sign as Intel now.
Well, that's a topic. I mean, I know we have a very good team of researchers in Logos that are constantly aware of the quantum problem and what's coming. And I know it's being looked at. I can't tell you how much of that is fully homomorphic encryption.
So, of course, we could go more deeper in all these topics. I don't know how much time we have left. So I want to repeat something I mentioned earlier. So we have to start with privacy now. If we decide to wait, if we have all the gold standards for all problems, then we put it on our roadmaps, and someday maybe we will solve it. Maybe not. But we should start with the things we have already available. And we can do a lot of things already. And we must decide to start and then increase it level by level, depending on the application, what is needed.
I'd like to agree with that, because as we know, currently, of course, anything you send which is stated as encrypted is being harvested at one point in the connection, or by the applications that you're using to be potentially decrypted later if technology becomes available. So implementation time is now. Yes.
And I'm curious how Zama is doing. Does anyone know how Zama is doing? They were supposed to have FHE on top of Ethereum. Can you tell us?
So Zama has a very aggressive licensing model. They have patented their technologies, and they've been trying to see, but one of them is MIT licensed and available. I'm attempting to work with a faster, fully homomorphic encryption provider and build it into the entire chain. So it's possible to have basically any 2 variables per circuit to be fully private and treated as a spreadsheet that everybody can verify, but nobody can see except the owner. Zama's system does not scale. Their patents are for a flawed implementation, and they have to use enormous amounts of GPU compute in order to operate their fully homomorphic encryption. It is post-quantum. However, since it is exclusive to Ethereum, the quantum attacks will be able to break the history and expose all of the records that Zama is using. Zama is not working with any post-quantum cryptography chains, so it is a temporary solution that is doomed. I can give you more details, but there's probably already too many.
Is it Enclave or the Interfold? Though, Dave, you've heard of Enclave or the Interfold? I think they renamed themselves. Is that the MIT licensed one, or is it something else?
It's OpenFHE.
Oh, cool.
There was a question in the back.
Right now, we are in the closing hours of the DAO Security Fund Quadratic Funding Round. There are, I think, 124 projects which are helping make Ethereum more secure. I would love to hear each of you recommend one project. If I have $40 to contribute to projects in the QF round, who should I contribute to from a privacy perspective?
That's a tough one. There you go. Who wants to take it?
I have no idea.
Nihilium.
As I'm in this round, I will not give a recommendation.
Okay, there's over 5,000 people in the Ethereum security group. So I kind of wish some of that would be retroactive funding for some of the great work that people have done in the space. Like Tai Vano, who was let go by MetaMask because she was too good for them. So I would say maybe she's not on that list, but I would say there are some really good people that have contributed a lot to the security of Ethereum and are not recognized right now.
What was the amount of projects you said? 124. Then take how much you are willing to donate, divide it by 124 for the maximum quadratic impact, and donate to all of them. Then donate at least $124. Okay. Yes, you're right. We're entering the last and the final hours, and this is the final session of this conference. We touch upon compliance, of course, which is, on one hand, is a threat to the, let's say, use case. It's a threat to the privacy of the users and what they, in their autonomy to choose to when and how, what to expose, and in what sense. It's also a threat to developers. We've seen some cases where developers are being prosecuted for building applications that might be perceived as malicious, even though they're not, because they're neutral. Applications are neutral, and you can use a tool for anything. My question would be, as also developers will be watching, the builders contributing to this ecosystem, what would be your recommendations for them? I mean, you're all public-facing for your organization, but you choose to do so, and which also might be a risk now or in the future. What would be your recommendations for them? Is there room in 26 or beyond for anonymous developers who contribute to this space?
I think there's always been room for anonymous developers. The problem has always been that funding anonymous developers has not been really a topic. So like I worked in venture capital for 4 years. Unfortunately, we could never support or fund or invest in anonymous developers, anonymous founders. So we had to KYC everyone, and that was one of the reasons why I didn't really agree with the space. But I think it's definitely needed. I mean, it's also, I don't know about you guys, but when I go on a platform and I have friends I've never seen in my entire life, I've never met in person, but I trust them more than anyone else. And they're fully anonymous, and I don't care who they are. I don't care if they're, male, female, non-binary, whatever. I don't care of their political alliance. I don't care how much they're making. They're knocking up really cool applications. I'm willing to use them. I'm taking a risk. So I just think developers will always be put at risk because they are creating essentially primitives and tools that the world is not ready for yet, right? It's not something that the big corporations or the governments can control, and they will always reject it. Banks could have implemented Bitcoin or Ethereum a long time ago. They choose to have Bank of England, for example, chooses to have a private version of Ethereum to test CBDCs. They could have done it on Ethereum, on mainnet. They can't control it, so they don't do it. Same with Bitcoin. They don't want to integrate Bitcoin into banking because they can't control it. So if they can't control it, they'll always try to shut it down. So the only way to shut down autonomous software is to try to go after the people that have built it. So that's always a risk we have to live with.
Yeah, it's hard to give a recommendation what you should or should not do. You have to consider what risk you are willing to do. I want to remind, so it's not long ago, 20 years or something, maybe a little bit more, there was encryption handled as a weapon. It was not allowed for private persons to use encryption. The reason why encryption is now commonly used is because a lot of people are using it. So, and the same is also with a lot of the mechanisms for privacy. So if it's only using a small group, it's easy to go against it. If it's getting mass adopted and a lot of people are using it, then it helps that we understand as a society or as a, as people that it is needed as part of our life. It's a right we have. So and we, by spreading these technologies and putting in our applications, so we help to make the space bigger, so that it's not that easy to censor it.
Yeah, I think with regard to like anonymous development and compliance and these kind of things, with great power comes great responsibility. I think we have to be realistic here as well. Like, if a nation state wants to find you, no matter how anonymous you're trying to be, they will find you. And on the other hand as well, like with regard to compliance, I don't even think that the compliance in it is necessarily like the worst thing. Like our space, our industry has a lot of enemies. Some of those are nation states as well that are just trying to take all our shit essentially. Receiving privacy on chain using a shielded pool is also giving privacy. If you use a shielded pool that North Korea uses, you are also giving privacy to North Korea. If you look at how much harm, like how many of your friends probably have been exploited by these guys, I think it comes back. With great power comes great responsibility. I don't think we should be providing privacy to these guys. They are actively trying to undermine everything we do. And yeah, I get that like privacy is a human right, but you also have the choice to not necessarily associate yourself with people that are actively trying to destroy everything we're building, essentially.
Satoshi Nakamoto was, that went well, right? I mean, I think it depends on what it is you're trying to do, and you know, is it possible to build a thing without having to fundraise? I think it's getting easier, that's for sure. So it would be cool to see a whole lot more of that, and I think that if you don't have to coordinate with so many people, yeah, if the coordination cost goes down to be able to produce these kinds of things, then sure, why not be anonymous?
Yeah, so hi. And I see we are over time, so I'm gonna keep it short, but it might be start a bit of a discussion. And a bit on Roxana's point from earlier, and also on the gentleman on the back. With the idea of compliance, and what Mike also mentioned, compliance is mostly done just to not go to jail. Should we, more as privacy developers, more voice out that we are more reluctantly compliant, just to voice that we don't agree with the surveillance state, but that we just do it because otherwise we go to jail? But if we move on to say, yes, we are compliant, and that becomes a feature, aren't we implicitly caving into the idea that they should have control over us?
I think it depends on the degree of compliance that you're talking about. Like, different jurisdictions have different requirements. If we were forced to do full KYC on anyone that came into our pool, then I would definitely say we are reluctantly compliant. I don't even know if I'd be building then, but yeah. When it comes to like the previous example that I mentioned of like, we have the ability to keep North Korea out of our pool, would I want to do that if it wasn't required by law? Probably still yes, to be honest. Yeah.
I think it's good to keep like adversaries out and like not to afford them privacy, but I guess it depends on how you do it, right? Like the point of this is
disintermediation, if we're putting in gatekeepers to decide who gets privacy and who doesn't, and who keeps it and who doesn't, and you're saying, like, Chainalysis, you get to be the ones to decide, and maybe we'll add more, that just becomes like a locus of power. It kind of defeats the point of, at least what I think is the point of this technology.
I think it kind of beats the purpose if we're just building to be recognized or legitimized by some nation state that changes its laws and agendas every 4 to 5 years when there's an election. Okay, so I would say you build tools that are public good, right? It's fully open source. Anyone can review it. Anyone can audit it. Anyone can fork it. Whoever uses it, well, the idea is that we base on the assumption that everyone uses it for an honest purpose, right? So the network is honest in the start. If it becomes used by other non-honest actors, then the network itself, if it's powerful enough in its honesty, it should essentially be able to battle against the non-honest parties. So that is the standard. So to say that I'm trying to figure out where I park my car and if this parking spot fits my car, kind of doesn't make sense. And I don't care if I go to jail, right? If I have this ability to build something which is a public good, serves a community, serves a group, right? Not everyone in the room will be honest, but I have to assume that the people that are using it are honest, and in their honesty, they become strong enough to outlaw the non-honest. I think the biggest problem will be explaining that, but most of the time, the regulators, they come in after a very long time as a result of an abuse of a specific application or network or opportunity. So then they panic and they try to kind of box things, and without understanding that a lot of the times these are very isolated, maybe like up to 5% of the entire 100% of events that are happening. So that turns against. So we probably should have an honest conversation with regulator as well and explain, look, nobody is building it for North Korea, okay? We are building it for people that are minorities, for people that are activists, for people that they have no other way of using a traditional system because they are already locked out of the traditional system.
I mean, it's just like how no one built Ethereum for North Korea, right? Like, I mean, I might not want to associate with Ethereum because, you know, it hosts all these like stolen funds and nefarious, you know, actors or whatever. But I mean, no one's calling to fork Ethereum to disassociate, right? And I think that's because Ethereum, there's so much wanted activity on Ethereum that that you know, it's not even a question. Like, we wouldn't want to stop the unwanted activity. It wouldn't be worth undermining or destroying what supports all the wanted activity. And I think that we need to see the same kind of things in like privacy settings. It needs to be normal enough, and we need to be invested in it enough that that it's not even a question, right? Like the way that I think of it in a thought experiment. I think we've talked about this before, where I was saying like, if you've got like, you know, let's say we're like this little room, we've invented the cell phone, it's brand new, and we say like we're all like excited about our new project, but then one person goes and takes it and uses it to trigger like an explosion, right? Like causes lots of damage. I mean, at that point, it's time to put the cell phone project on the shelf, I think, right? Because it's just caused way more damage than good, and maybe pick it up again and try again later. But you know, if at this point, if somebody did that sort of thing, there would be no way we would be questioning shelving cell phones, right?
Gavit, you're assuming that regulators are people that actually understand technology. They don't. They don't. Okay. Okay, good.
this isn't about judgment from regulators. This is about judgment from the people. The social layer is really where the real power is, even if we forget it sometimes. It's the same in Ethereum. It's the same in how we govern ourselves. If the people believe that it's unacceptable to do something, there are matter to some government or regimes or whatever, but for the most part, the people are the ones who ultimately have the power. And so if the people are invested in, it's a part of society, it's integrated into society, then those regulations won't be allowed.
There's been many cases where those regulations have been allowed, even though they were, there was a mass of people that were benefiting from the use of a service. And that is, for example, the OTC providers that have been essentially the way forward for many people and many businesses to accept crypto and convert crypto to fiat without relying on traditional banking. In specific jurisdictions, the regulators decided that if you're serving retail and you are enabling a conversion, a transaction for a retail customer, if that retail customer is a moron and decides to put their money into a shitcoin and gamble and lose, you are liable for giving them their money back. And that is the decision of a regulator, which essentially killed any kind of OTC desk that was just honest, doing their job, providing a needed service in the market with over 30, 40, 50 people hired, to downsize to 3, 4 people and barely break even.
There's been a gentleman in the back with his hand up for quite a while.
I'm not sure if I'm a gentleman or a scholar. But earlier in this conversation, I said that it's really important to talk about privacy in defined contexts, not in general. And I think this is an excellent case in point. There are certainly historically and currently many examples that you can point to where privacy advocates and regulators are antagonists and come down on polar opposite sides of issues. But there are also examples where the interests of privacy advocates and regulators are aligned. And just to give an example of this is encrypting the public mempool, which protects users against malicious MEV like front-running and sandwich attacks. In TradFi on Wall Street, in public markets, front-running and sandwich attacks are illegal, and they were made so by regulators decades ago. In crypto, we don't like regulation. So the preferred approach is to use cryptography in order to protect users and prevent MEV bots from stealing their funds when making DEX swaps. This is a great example where regulation and privacy are definitely aligned. I could go even further and explain why institutions are aligned on this same thing as well, but I'll yield the mic.
If you have to give a user one simple advice to increase his privacy, what would that be?
I think that would be the best closing question you can have for this discussion.
Exactly my point, yeah. Yes. Cheers.
I would say run your own node. It's the best privacy you can have. Self-sovereignty is really good.
Use applications which care about privacy.
Yeah, probably Malfad and Brave browser.
I love Signal.
Well, to answer that question, and to anyone in Web3, get off Telegram.
Yeah, what I do is I offer Signal first. I fucked up your applause, I'm sorry.
And this felt premature, because actually I want to ask for a round of applause for all of our speakers today. And of course, you can find more information about each of them and their projects on decentralized and non-decentralized platforms, of course. But with that, I would like to give the mic to Simona, who is here with us for the further announcements today.
Hello. Well, first of all, you know, closing ceremony, okay, but I really love the fact that it was actually like a discussion, you know? Can I say that? Discussion? Apparently I can. All right, so it's nothing like formal announcements here, nothing like very, you know, like official and whatnot. But just like maybe a little anecdote, like I have plenty of that, find me later. But as I was thinking of, you know, like putting together the panel formats and how we can design this in a way that we can actually like really engage with the audience, you know. At some point I even thought about, you know, like leaving like an empty chair here for someone in the audience, like anybody who wants to come in and, you know, like take the seat, engage with the speakers, you know, like put a bit less distance, if I can say it like that, between, you know, speakers and crowd, reason for which we don't per se have a podium stage as well. Yeah, apparently I didn't need to leave an empty chair. Apparently everyone took the mic. Apparently, you know, like you guys did a great job actually asking the questions, and not only asking the questions, but sometimes offering input. Loring, thank you so much. You've been very, especially now in the in the last privacy panel. I love this kind of stuff. This is the kind of stuff that I think we need more in any event room, in any like generally conversations. We need to maybe have the courage, take the mic, you know, take the moment and just offer an opinion. Of course, you know, I think all of us here have a valid point of view, and all of us here have questions that need answers, right? And there's no maybe right answers all the time. There's just the value of the conversation and the fact that we're thinking about things and we're trying to improve things. That is the core thing that I maybe want all of you to, you know, go home with as a main learning from this event, right? Okay, I'm not gonna go too cheesy, even though I could. All right, so let's go on the closing ceremony type of thing. May I ask some of my crew to remove some of these chairs so that I don't trip and fall, because I'm really talented like that. Thank you, guys. Whoop, whoop. Cool. Nice. Also a total goof, so you're gonna know this about me. If you haven't already, you know it. Okay. So, closing ceremony. First of all, thank you so much to all of you for being here. Thank you for your support. Thank you for putting in the effort, building an Ethereum ecosystem, and just thank you so much for being yourselves and supporting us. It really means a lot. I know that sometimes it may sound like empty words and such a cliche and whatnot. It's not, I assure you. I'm really grateful to having you, all of you here, and I'm even, you know, emotional and blabbering about it, so listen, it's real. I didn't do much. I'm gonna leave on a high note. Okay, no. Thank you. So to move forward, like, you know, wrapping up the discussions here, first things first, as you guys probably seen, besides like the corridor discussions, the social environment discussions and whatnot, we've also had like a bunch of really cool panels, my opinion. Well, of course I'm biased, but I think you guys have enjoyed them as well. And what I liked about this conference, and this event in particular, this iteration, is the fact that discussions seem to go from panel to panel, like, you know, going naturally, flowing from one panel to the other. Like we've discussed whether small teams can build on Ethereum, that discussion as well. We assess like what are the challenges, what AI changes in crypto and in us building everything sustainably. How do we approach security and how things shifted or changed, or how we adapt to the new, let's say, status quo, if I can call it like that. Obviously, we went deep into, like everything privacy, and I'd really like to thank, like Logos team and Web3 Privacy Now. You guys in my book, pretty much leading on the cypherpunk values. Also, I loved Colibri Stateless involvement from Stefan here, and obviously privacy pools with Mike. I mean, I'm sure I'm forgetting some of you, but I think all of us here are actually living and breathing the values on which Ethereum has been built, and that can continue in the future as well. So this being said, I just encourage everyone to donate to the Ethereum Security Fund, the Quadratic Fund. I think today is the last day to donate, so please take like 10 minutes. I'm gonna do the same. Take 10 minutes, go and make sure you have your passport checked and so on, like in order to be able to be eligible, right? Ask people if you don't know how to. We're all here to help. Don't be discouraged, and just every bit counts, right? All right, and now regarding the conference, just to say, I'd like to thank, obviously, the ETHCluj team. Some of them are here in the crowd. I don't know where Catalin is, Titi, Alex, but if you guys are here, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to give a huge, huge round of applause to all the moderators that have done an excellent job. Alexandra, Alex, Diana, we couldn't have done this without you. I'd like to thank all of you for supporting us and for being here and for taking the mic. And especially, like, obviously, our supporting sponsors. You guys already know who they are, but just to call them out. Akasha, Arbitrum, Matcha powered by OX, GOD Labs, as well as Logos and Bulls.com, right? So this event couldn't have happened without them. I'm very grateful. You really don't need to applaud every round, but thank you. No. Come on. Obviously, my partner, who has been actually standing me for the past few months. I'm sure I've been unbearable, so thank you for that. And last but not least, the most important thing, the most important people in this room at this point, from my point of view, are the team of volunteers that made this happen. And without them, honestly, these setups, we couldn't have done them. So thank you to all the volunteers, and I'd like to invite them on stage, please. Don't be shy. Come on. I see you. Come on stage. No? Nobody? All right, they're shy. Thanks, Václav. Okay, you got this, man. And the supporting team for Arbitrum, Jack and Alex. We've done the Arbitrum educational track, and it's been awesome. And you're gonna hear about it, see about have like open source content out there as well. Thank you for that. Cheers. Okay. Without further ado, thank you again. I declare this conference a success, in my opinion. And I don't know. I wanted to invite everyone for a photo on stage, but maybe I can do it the other way around. I don't know. If you guys are all right privacy-wise. I don't know. Okay, shall we? Yes, no? Okay. Come on stage. Okay. All right, cool. Cheers. It's cringe. Don't smile. Quick, look sad. Okay, thank you so much. We're having the closing party, drinks, and so on. 3rd floor. I'm looking to talk with all of you. I'm tired, but I'm happy. Cheers.